I'm just waiting for that green light right there. There we go. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the April 17, 2012 meeting of the Edina City Council and the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority. Roll call, please, Ms. Mangan.
Member Bennett.
Here.
Member Brindle.
Here.
Member Sprague.
Here.
Member Swenson.
Here.
Mayor Hovland.
Here. Next matter on the agenda is approval of the meeting agenda. I understand we need to add under Part 5, Special Recognitions and Presentations, an Arbor Day proclamation. Is that correct? All right. With the addition of the Arbor Day proclamation as 5B, is there a motion to approve the meeting agenda?
So moved.
Been moved and seconded. We approve the meeting agenda. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Next is the adoption of the consent agenda. These are items that are all handled on a single motion basis, covering a variety of different items that are appropriate to the consent agenda. Is there anyone on the council that wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda?
I would, Your Honor. Item F.
F? All right.
E and G.
E and G, and then let's pull H too. All right, so we're down to A, B, C, D, and I. Is there a motion to?
Moved.
Second.
I feel cheated.
All right. We got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. We've adopted that portion of the consent agenda. Now, Member Brindle, let's go to 4E, which is the commodities purchase.
Right. I'm just curious. There are 9 items in the list of commodities that do not have bids. At least there are 9 identified no bids. And what happens in that case, Wayne? Are they bid when the project begins, or how is it handled if you don't receive a bid for something?
Yep. Councilmember Brindle and Council, you're correct. There is 9 items that we had a real poor showing of bids on our commodities this year. Some of these items, like the Class 2, some of the Silco chips, as I understand, are off the state contract that we can look at. Some of the other ones, emulsified asphalt, some of the red ball aggregate, we'll probably bid those out individually and handhold those folks through the bidding process so that they actually submit a bid for it. So if those items actually are larger than $20,000 a year on our budget item, you'll see those come forward at a future council meeting.
Okay.
Good. You want to move the matter, Member Brindle?
I will move 4E, yes.
All right. All right. Moved and seconded. We adopt 4E. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Next, Member Sprague, 4F.
Yes, Your Honor. Director Houle, I'm just looking for some guidance on where the major cost reductions came. Was it on the water and sewer side, or was it on the street side? It looks like the bid that we ended up with is about 20% less than the project estimate.
Yes, Councilmember Sprague, I don't have the actual numbers in front of me as far as if it's in the water side, utility side. What we're seeing is a lot of the contractors are putting what we feel is a little extra money on the utilities because that's what they get paid up front. It's a unit price bid. So they're sort of front loading, but they're not to a point where they're unbalanced bids. So what we're seeing is a reduction in the assessment side on the unit prices. And that's one thing that as we go forward with the special assessment policy, we'll review that with you and go through it. So right now, we're seeing a potential drop in the assessments, but we don't have those numbers for you. And that once it becomes towards the final assessment hearing, then we'll actually lock in those actual numbers. But it's real comparable to the other projects that you've previously awarded.
So suffice it to say the construction environment is still such that we're getting a much lower bid than our more conservative estimate.
That's correct, and it's good to see that we have 4 general contractors that are bidding. Some other cities are only seeing 2 general contractors bidding on projects right now because of increased competition out there.
Thank you.
Would you care to move the matter?
I shall. I so move.
Second.
All right. So moved and seconded. We adopt contract number ENG 12-3, which is the Countryside Neighborhood Reconstruction, originally estimated on a preliminary engineering basis to cost approximately $2.8 million, and the bid from the qualified low bidder came in at $2.2 million. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed say nay. Carried. Next matter is 4G, which is Resolution 2012-61, setting May 15th, 2012 hearing date for the Bike Boulevard Improvement matter. Member Brindle.
I goofed because my question had to do with F, and I didn't have my stuff stacked correctly. So I do not have any reason to hold 4G, but I do have a lingering question about 4F, which I can ask in council comments. It can wait.
All right. And then would you move 4G, please?
I will move 4G, which is Resolution 2012-61, setting May 15th as the hearing date for Bike Boulevard improvement.
Good. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed say nay. Carried. And then the last one was a matter that I pulled, which was a proposed extension of the existing cable television franchise contract with Comcast until July 31, 2012, to allow some additional negotiating time. The question I had was more legal related than anything else. Roger, if you have that contract in front of you, or the resolution in front of you, I should say.
Mr. Mayor, we're fortunate enough to have with us this evening Brian Grogan. Brian is the counsel for the Southwest Cable Commission. He's with the firm of Moss & Barnett and has been the counsel for the Cable Commission for many years. So he's here to answer any questions we might have about the agreement.
Mr. Grogan, nice to see you again.
Good evening, Your Honor.
Been a while. My question, Mr. Grogan, was with respect to the numbered provisions at the bottom of page 1 of the resolution, number 2. It said, except as specifically modified hereby, the franchise remains in full force and effect. And my question for you is, having the language couched the way it is, where it says the franchise shall remain in full force and effect, is that the same way as saying that all the other terms and conditions of the franchise will remain in full force and effect? Or do we need to add in the language, all other terms and conditions of the franchise will remain in full force and effect, other than extending it for the period of time ending July 31?
I agree, Your Honor. The intent is the only change to the franchise is the expiration date, moving it to July 31st. You recall, we extended this once the end of last year. We had hoped that we'd be before you, giving you a final document. There was a step back in the negotiations. We're back on track now. We expect to be done by July 31st. So the intent of this provision is that the franchise remains exactly as drafted, but for that expiration date.
Okay.
And if you believe it would be more clear with the phrase that you just added, I don't see that there would be any problem with Comcast. I ran this by Comcast legal counsel. It's acceptable for them, but your change, I think, would be absolutely acceptable to them as well.
Thank you. So we would extend the term of the franchise from April 17, 2012 through and including July 31, 2012, and then paragraph 2 would be amended to read, except as specifically modified hereby, all other terms and conditions of the franchise shall remain in full force and effect. With that change, I would move the matter. Move Resolution 2012-63.
Second.
All right, discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay.
Scott, you and I have a meeting just next week.
Yeah, good. Very good. All right. That takes us to, I think we did. Thanks for asking. All right. That takes us to the special recognitions and presentations portion of the agenda. The first matter there is Resolution 2012-60, which recognizes youth exchange students, and we've actually got both inbound and outbound folks coming. I'm going to read the resolution, and I'm going to bring Heather Hain-Anderson up to comment a little bit after I read the resolution. This is something we did for the first time last year, as I recall, and we'll have some foreign exchange students with us, as I mentioned earlier, both that are residing here from foreign countries. I'm going to read some names, hopefully, accurately. And then first off, we'll read the resolution, which recognizes youth exchange students, and it reads as follows. Whereas youth exchange programs promote understanding and tolerance between cultures, and whereas Edina High School welcomes foreign exchange students from around the world to spend one academic year learning in its classrooms, and whereas Edina High School students travel abroad as exchange students to spend an academic year learning in classrooms and homes of various countries around the world. And whereas various youth exchange organizations promote international study and support these students through mandated and voluntary programs that enrich the students' cultural experience. And whereas Edina families and Edina students' host families open their homes and welcome these students to live as part of their family for 1 year. And whereas these foreign exchange students embark upon a unique and exciting journey, arriving with just a suitcase and a passport. These amazing young people bravely carry their heritage and values across the world with the hope of living, learning, and sharing with an American host family. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Edina City Council formally recognize these exchange students, host families, Edina school administrators, and your exchange organizations for their dedication to peace and understanding through international cultural sharing, to encourage the sharing of ideas, values, and experience among today's youth by exposing young scholars to leadership, civil society principles, and community service. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
Is there a second? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. All right, carried. Heather, come on up and talk a little bit about the program, and then I think you've got some students with you.
I do indeed. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Heather Hain-Anderson, and I am the Executive Director for Connecting with Kids. As part of that this year, it is my very big honor to introduce to you some of the inbound students who are the ones who have come here to study for a year, and also the outbound students as well. So I'm going to start by asking the inbound students, so the students who are already here, to come on up behind me. And what I'm going to ask them to do is to give their name, the country they're from, and the best memory they have, the best experience they've had so far.
Good.
Nobody's coming.
Yeah.
understand you.
Come, everybody? Yeah, Kinder, come, bitte.
Yeah.
So you can just tell the council, again, your
Sure.
name, your country of origin, and what has been your best experience so far.
Well, welcome, all of you. Thanks for coming. Go ahead, please.
My name is Lisa, and I'm from Norway. And my best experience was when I went to California with my exchange program.
Yeah, and your last name is Dibidal?
Yes.
All right, Lisa, welcome.
My name is Alvin, and I'm from Sweden, and my best experience was Thanksgiving.
Good. Thanks, Alvin.
My name is Fabi. I'm from Ecuador, and my best experience will be New Year's.
My name is Laura. I'm from Germany, and my best experience so far was my trip to Washington, D.C.
My name is Jessica, and I'm from Germany, and my best experience was homecoming.
All right, good.
My name is Xiao Chuan. I'm from China, and my best memory so far was the trip to Chicago with the choir.
My name is Tommy. I'm from Korea. My best experience is ESL class.
All right, thanks, Tommy. All right, good.
Do you
Well,
want-
I've got resolutions, Heather, but we don't have enough of them. I think we'll get some more prepared.
Okay, and I can get them
I'll
to the high
sign
school.
them. I've got 3 of them here if you want to take a partial, or do you want to wait for all of them?
I'll
I
wait
think
for all of
probably
them,
wait for all of
and
them.
I'll get them to the high school.
Okay.
And then, yeah, you guys can sit down. Thank you very much. And this year, of the students that I know of so far, there are 4 outbound students coming, and why don't you guys come on up? Everyone's so anxious to get up here, aren't they? And for the outbound students, I am asking them to tell you their name, the country they're going to, and what they're looking forward to most.
My name is Rolf Tengden, and I am going to Japan, and I'm most looking forward to learning about a culture I know next to nothing about.
Good, thanks, Rolf. How about your skiing over there, Rolf? Is it? Are you going to? All right.
council members and Mr. Mayor. My name is Willis Klatt. I'm going to be in Thailand for the next year as a gap year, and the experience that I'm most looking forward to is being halfway around the world and realizing it.
All right,
Thank you.
Willis, I expect that'll be a quick reality.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie Dykstra. I'm a sophomore at Edina. I'll be taking my junior year to live in Bernardi, Italy. I'm most looking forward to getting to know new people around the world.
Great. Thanks, Mackenzie.
Hello, my name is Regan Wagner. I'm going to be outbounding to Milan, Italy next year. And I think I'd be most excited for the food, to be honest.
All right. Well, thanks,
Thank
Regan.
you.
All right. Heather, thanks for bringing everyone in, and we'll make sure you get those resolution copies. Thank you. The next proclamation we have involves Arbor Day. And the proclamation reads as follows. Arbor Day, April 27, 2012. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas this holiday called Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas 2012 is the 140th anniversary of the holiday, and Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas trees are a most valuable resource, purifying our air, helping conserve our soil and energy, serving as a recreational setting, providing a habitat for wildlife of all kinds, and enriching our lives in other important ways. And whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas disease, insects, and pollution have damaged and continue to threaten our trees, creating the need for tree care and tree planting programs, and fostering greater public concern for the future of our urban forest. And whereas Edina is proud of the beautiful shade trees which grace our homes and public places, and now therefore I, James B. Hovland, Mayor of Edina, do hereby proclaim April 27, 2012 to be Arbor Day, and call upon the spirited and foresighted citizens of Edina to plant trees now for our pleasure and that of future generations. Is there a motion to adopt the proclamation?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. We adopt the Arbor Day proclamation. A discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And we have no one here to accept these. I'm going to pass these down to Clerk Mangan, and we'll provide one to our arborist. All right. The next portion of our agenda is the public hearing portion of the agenda. We have 4 public hearings this evening, all very interesting. And we're going to lead off with a public hearing involving the Grandview District Development Framework. And Kevin Staunton from our Planning Commission, who led this for the Planning Commission and for a 52-person steering committee, is going to make the presentation regarding the framework. So, Commissioner, welcome. Thank you for all of the work that you've done in guiding this process. It's been wonderful to see. Many of our council people have been there to watch the work of the steering committee, and really we praise everybody, but in particular you that have given so much of your personal time to this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I am pleased to be here tonight to deliver to you the Grandview District Development Framework that has been produced by the steering committee. It is the culmination of 2 years of work by a number of members of this community with the capable assistance of staff and some consulting experts. And we're here tonight just to kind of give you an overview of it and explain where we've been, both from a process perspective as well as substantively, and field any questions as well. And so as I start, I just want to again introduce myself. I'm Kevin Staunton. I'm the Vice Chair of the Planning Commission, and I also have served for the last year as the Chair of the Grandview District Small Area Plan Steering Committee. And I'm here tonight to present on behalf of the 52-member Steering Committee. And as I do that, I would like to just take this opportunity to ask any members of the Steering Committee that are in the audience to please stand.
Yeah, well, let us give you a round of applause.
As you can see, a number of our members are here, and they have dedicated enormous amounts of time and energy to their community, and it has been a marvelous experience in community engagement. And it really, I think, emphasizes what we all know about our community, which is that we have a lot of folks who are really willing to spend their time and are committed to making our community a better place. I also want to just take a moment to recognize some other people who helped us in this effort. Carrie Teague and Jackie Hugenauer and Chris Acker from the planning staff, who were instrumental and indispensable in us doing this work over the last year and actually 2 years. And I also want to recognize Mike Lamb and Bruce Jacobson. Mike and Bruce, can you stand, please? I don't know if Bruce is there. Bruce. Bruce finally found a chair in the back. Mike and Bruce are from Cunningham Group, and they led our team of consulting experts that assisted us in this process. And again, they were indispensable parts of us being able to put this together. And then I would be remiss if I did not also thank the Metropolitan Council. This one-year process that we have just completed was made possible by a $100,000 grant from the Metropolitan Council Livable Communities program. And that was very critical to our work. So with those introductions, I want to start in on an overview, and I'll just note at the outset, those of us who have worked on this for some time have gotten very used to the picture that you see on the monitor right now. And those who are new to it perhaps need a little bit of orientation, because we all know where everything is, but I just want to try and point out some of the major landmarks for those who may be watching for the first time. This area up here is, let's see if I can make this work. So this is Vernon Avenue, crossing here, Highway 100, north and south, the railroad track, the Dam Patch Railroad track. City Hall is over in this corner, and the library and the Grandview Square down here, the OLG baseball fields, softball fields, and the Public Works building is there in the middle. So with that orientation, let me just begin by talking about the 4 things that I'd like to cover in this presentation. First, a quick overview about the Grandview District, what it includes. Second, a discussion about the process that we engaged in here, and I think it's an important one to emphasize. It was a very focused on community leadership and community engagement, and a relatively new process for us here in Edina. Third is really a discussion about what we envision in the framework, the substance of what we've come up with over this last year. And then fourth is what I have called an epilogue, which is some supplemental information, some things that have happened since we've completed the framework and that we want to communicate to you as well. So first, about the district. It's a relatively substantial area, 37 acres, 18 parcels. Over a third of the property within the district is publicly owned between the city, the school district, and the county and the state through MnDOT and Hennepin County. It is home to many of our civic establishments in the city. As I mentioned earlier, City Hall and the police station at one end, the library and the senior center at the other end, the Edina Public Schools bus garage, and until the Public Works building was moved to the south side of town last year, it was home to the Public Works site. It is also a neighborhood commercial center. I live in the Highlands neighborhood, which is not far from here, and this is an area that I'm in every day for commercial activities, whether it's gasoline or groceries, haircuts, bakers, video store, et cetera. This is an area that folks in this part of the city and elsewhere rely on very heavily for commercial activity on a daily basis. Finally, this is an area that has regional connections. Our connection to Highway 100 is a place that vehicles come every day to, whether it be buses or automobiles, folks going downtown, come up Vernon or down 50th to Highway 100 to go there. Going south, you can get to 62 as well as 494. It has the potential as well with the rail line, which currently carries freight traffic back and forth from south of the river up to north of Edina, but also that has been a long time regional connection through this area. So, segueing to the community-led process, this whole project really started when the city recognized that its existing public works building was going to be moving. And there was a decision to build a new public works facility on the south side of town, and that left the old public works facility vacant. It's an approximately 3.5-acre site that is right in the middle of the Grandview district. And it triggered a look for what might we use for both that site and the area. So beginning in 2010, with the assistance of the council, we began a community-led process, and it's engaged community stakeholders to create a vision for the future, what I say is redevelopment of the Grandview district. It has consisted of 2 phases. In 2010, we went through a guide process phase. I'll describe that in a little more detail in a minute. And then beginning last April and concluding today, we have gone through a small area planning framework development process. In 2010, the guide process phase, this was the initial phase. There are 2 really notable features to it. 1, it was very compressed, and 2, it was community-led. We conducted the entire process of deliberation with 10 meetings in the course of 20 days. It was led by 28 community stakeholders, 18 of whom served on a community advisory team, and 10 others were on what we call the design team. And interesting features of this, the design team was actually made up of design professionals, architects, engineers, landscape architects, other designers, who live in our community and volunteered their time to do the design work on this guide process. The 18-member community advisory team was made up partly by members of boards and commissions, partly by area businesses and property owners, and then filled out by a number of folks who came to the initial kickoff meeting, where we said people who come to the meeting will decide how we're going to represent on this community advisory team. And so fully half of the 18 members were selected by the people who came to that initial meeting. And we really think that that was an important dimension of the community leadership of this process. That process led to 7 guiding principles and a single graphic, which is shown on this slide. The graphic was designed to kind of give an illustration of what the 7 principles might morph into. And I'm not going to go through in detail all of those 7 guiding principles, but I just wanted to list them here and also emphasize that these were the kind of foundation principles that allowed us to move into the second phase of the process. So beginning last spring, actually it was April 14th of 2011 that we had our kickoff meeting for this second phase of the process. We started work with those guiding principles and fleshing out the details of those guiding principles to give a better framework of how we might redevelop the Grandview area in the future. In this phase of the process, we broadened the community participation, and we actually ended up with 52 members on our steering committee. Early on in the process, the steering committee recognized that a 52-member committee can be a little challenging in terms of getting things done on a day-to-day basis, and so the committee appointed a 9-member executive committee, and that executive committee met weekly to plan for the, or every other week to plan for the monthly steering committee members, or meetings. The steering committee also, in addition to including community residents and neighbors, also included area business and property owners, representatives from Jerry's Foods, from Grandview Auto, the local UPS store, Our Lady of Grace, the Edina School District. These are all property owners within the area. And finally, as I mentioned earlier, we were assisted in this process by a team of consulting experts that were assembled by the steering committee. And one of the things that was kind of interesting about this process, and we thought was very important to emphasizing the community-led nature of it, is we engaged in a selection process and an interview process with a number of firms who expressed interest and selected a team of consulting experts who actually didn't come to us as a team. They were selected from various teams who made proposals, and we put together the team that we thought made the best sense. And as a kind of funny aside, Bruce Jacobson and Mike Lamb, who are now together at Cunningham Group, were not in the same firm when we selected them to be part of this team, and shortly after that they joined each other. So we take some credit for that marriage. Depends on the day, I guess. During our steering committee second phase process, the kind of heart of that process was 3 community workshops that we conducted last fall. There was a 1-day, a 2-day, and a 3-day community workshop. Each of those was coupled with some extensive communications outreach, and I'll talk a little bit about what we did throughout the process for communications. But also consisted of focus groups of folks throughout the community from various different kind of segments, whether it be school kids. I know I dragged my 8th grader and some of his friends out to tell us a little bit about what middle school kids are experiencing in this area. We had single folks, we had seniors, we had couples with families with young children. We tried to get a real segment of the community to give us their input. We also met in program meetings with folks from a wide variety of expertise, whether it be Hennepin County or the Metropolitan Council or MnDOT. I know we had somebody from Hopkins Art Center and a variety of other people to give us their experiences and their expertise on a variety of subjects. So I mentioned just a minute ago the communications efforts that we went through. Chris Rothedal of our committee was instrumental in putting together kind of our communications efforts. One of the things we wanted to do with the Metropolitan Council grant money was be good stewards of that money, and we felt like rather than spending that on communications, we ought to be spending that on the design expertise and the land use expertise that we got. And so Chris agreed to head that up, and with the very critical assistance from Jennifer Benevrat and her staff, really helped us try to get the word out. We did a variety of things. Jennifer's staff helped us with press releases. Here's just a smattering of the various ones that we put together. We also had flyers and posters. I learned that there are 80-some sites around the city that the city uses to post posters like this when there are events going on. So I didn't realize there were that many places that you could get them up, but we had them. We also did a webinar during the middle of this process and tried to get announcements around as much as we could. One of the tools we used for those folks who were in the area is the circle door at Jerry's. We actually, on a couple of different occasions, 2 weeks in 2011 and 1 week this year, put a display in the revolving door there to try and catch people's attention. And then finally, we did something that I think is a kind of a cutting-edge approach. We, with the assistance of Griff Wigley, we put together a blog page. It was part of a site called Edina Citizen Engagement, and it was a place where we were able to keep really a running log of what we were doing, and people who might be interested could see chronologically discussions that have been going on about this process. We posted documents there, and we even hosted the webinar through that process. This, as we got to the public, kind of the public comment process, turned out to be a very valuable tool. There were members of the nearby Richmond Hills community who had not heard about this, or some of them had not heard about this, and so they began posting in response to our draft framework, and we had a dialogue back and forth with them, and it ended up culminating in a meeting at the Senior Center on a Saturday afternoon, where 30 or so folks from the Richmond Hills neighborhood came over and visited with us, and we learned a lot about what had gone on in the past in their neighborhood and in this neighborhood. They learned a little bit about what we were doing, and we tried to share that. And in the course of that process, we made some recommendations for changes in the development framework that we put together. So we think we recognize that you never get to everybody, but we did our best to try and get the word out to as many people as we could during this process. So moving then to what we envision. Again, to orient you a little bit to this graphic, because it's a dramatically different look than you see out there today. Here is Highway 100, right along here. This is the Eden Avenue bridge across 100. Up here would be Vernon Avenue and that bridge, so City Hall would be down in this area. This does not exist today. It is a bicycle and pedestrian bridge that we envision as part of our vision, as well as this kind of walkway through here. You can see also that there's a higher retaining wall and kind of frontage road that runs along Highway 100 here as well. And back in this area is the Public Works building, or the Public Works site, that is host in our vision to a plaza as well as a community building and other areas. So we'll talk more about the detail, but I wanted to give you just a little bit of an overview of what that picture is like and some orientation on it. So the plan is, I think, 60-some pages long, and I'm not going to go through all the detail. I invite everyone who is at this meeting or who isn't at this meeting to look through it in detail. What I want to try and do is give you an overview of it tonight in the brief time that we've got. And I want to try and identify really 3 points at the beginning, things that we were really trying to accomplish. First, we wanted to create a place with a unique identity. Second, we wanted to completely rethink and reorganize the transportation infrastructure. And then finally, we wanted to leverage the public resources that we have in the area to make incremental, value-creating changes that enhance the public realm and encourage voluntary private development consistent with the vision. I want to emphasize a few things on these 3 points. First, with respect to the place and the unique identity, as I mentioned earlier, this has been a commercial node that has been used for people in the northwest corner of the city and beyond for a lot of everyday commercial activities. It's also a civic center for us with the library and City Hall. But it is primarily an automobile convenience-oriented place. You drive your car in, you get what you need, you get out. We want to preserve that, but we also want to create more of what we call a stay-at place. Right now it's a go-to place, you get what you need, you leave. We wanted to explore the notion of using the places that we have that are publicly controlled to create a portion of this district that is also a stay-at place, where you might go and meet somebody. You might have a nice dinner at a restaurant, and you could walk between that and another store, or you could stroll in a commons area that might allow you to have coffee outside on a patio. That kind of atmosphere that also has convenience retail and also has other commercial aspects, but is a little more of a pedestrian-oriented environment than the existing automobile convenience-oriented area. With respect to the transportation, in the second meeting of the guide plan in 2010, we all went on a walking tour of the area. And if you haven't done it, it's a good illustration of how entirely unfriendly this area is to pedestrians. So be careful if you try it. I don't want anybody to get hurt. But it really emphasized to us how challenging this is for pedestrians and how challenging it is for drivers as well. Those of us who live in the area, everybody had a different story about how they wind their way through the area and which cut-throughs they use and which when you run into the UPS truck at 5 o'clock or at 2:30, if you go by OLG, you better look out for a traffic jam there. So we recognized that the transportation was really an issue, and we wanted to really rethink that. And then finally, when I talk about leveraging public resources to make incremental value-creating changes, we recognize that we have some public resources here that we can leverage. And throughout the process, we have, especially as we've started to create pictures and illustrations of what might be here, we've had, understandably, some folks who own property in the area who have been a little alarmed. As Bill McGreevy said at one of our meetings, that's a road going through my chapel. I think he said that ruined my whole day. So the important thing to emphasize here is that we are talking about making changes with publicly owned property that will prime the pump for voluntary redevelopment by privately owned property. And that voluntary redevelopment, hopefully, we will be creating the kind of environment that will get private property owners to realize that they have additional value and that they can improve their property and capture that additional value. And we're trying to create a vision so that they can do that in a character that's consistent with what we're trying to create. A note of caution about the framework. On the third page in the executive summary, one of the things we say, and it's really important for everybody to remember, is the framework provides broad direction rather than detailed requirements, and is intended to be a vision of the future rather than a blueprint. In order to create the vision, we needed to, put pictures on paper, put words on paper, describe what we're envisioning. That does not mean it is going to turn out exactly that way. I know in my work on the Planning Commission, for instance, and working on some stuff in the 50th and France neighborhood, we had a chance to look at the 1974 master plan for the 50th and France area. And while it is certainly different today than it was then, it is not exactly as the master plan said it would be. So there shouldn't be an expectation that this is going to turn out exactly as we're envisioning it. What we're trying to do is prime the pump to move forward with a vision that is consistent with the character we're trying to create. So this is kind of an overview, and again, just to give you the reference points for folks who might not be familiar with it, we've got Vernon Avenue coming up here. We've got the rail line through there, the Highway 100 through there, and then Eden Avenue through this area. And this is the Public Works site right here. The Blockbuster building is up here. Jerry's Foods is over here. So first, in terms of this kind of unique identity that we're trying to create, a couple of pictures that are worth kind of looking at. One is the whole notion of a central commons. When we talked to people throughout this process, we heard a lot about connections, and they were connections both in the sense of people connecting with each other, but also in the sense of connecting throughout the district. How do you get from one part of the district to another? Because of Highway 100 and because of the rail line, there are some natural barriers to making those connections, and one of the things we tried to work at was overcoming those barriers. And so you see a couple of items here. Here you've got the rail line would be running right through here. This is a street that does not exist today that we envision would cross over the rail line here and head just north of the Jerry's office tower. And you've got Eden Avenue down here. This is a close-up illustration of that pedestrian bicycle bridge, and you can see that that extends off from here. So one of the things we're trying to do is tie together the entire district. So you've got City Hall down this way, you can come all the way through here across, and then down in front of Jerry's and into the Grandview Square area and the Senior Center and the library. The other part that we think is important to consider in creating this unique identity is really thinking about sustainability. We have had a lot of conversations in our community about things that we can do to be 21st century with sustainability, and we think this is a real opportunity within a finite district to experiment, to try some things that can make us really cutting edge, that can make us have the kind of approach that others will be looking to as they're creating districts like this. One of the other opportunities you have when you do this is You can do some measuring. You can do some real good baseline studies. If you've got a finite district that's very defined, you can kind of have a chance to take some baseline studies at the beginning and see if you're really making a difference with stormwater, see if you're making a difference with energy, see if you're making a difference with waste. On the transportation infrastructure, our kind of rethinking and reorganizing, several points that I just want to point out as illustrations. First, if you look kind of on the left side, we're talking about this whole notion of making the district more inviting and accessible for pedestrians and cyclists. So here, we're thinking about how do you re-envision Vernon Avenue. Right now, it's a four-lane street, and those who've been around the community a long time will remember that Vernon Avenue actually used to be Highway 169. If you wanted to go to Mankato, you'd come down the old Beltline Highway, you'd take a right at 169 and head to Mankato. And for a lot of folks, it still behaves like a highway. When we had the Department of Transportation folks in and they were looking at the clover leaf that you get from eastbound Vernon onto northbound 100, they described that, engineering-wise, as a freeway-to-freeway entrance ramp. And it's because Highway 169, Vernon Avenue used to be Highway 169. So we think we really need to complete the transition of Vernon Avenue to a city street rather than a highway. And to accomplish that, we're talking about making some changes on that road that would bring it down to 2 lanes of automotive traffic and create room for pedestrians and cyclists. And we're also talking about a lot more kind of ability within the district to create pedestrian friendly areas, whether it be coming up Eden Avenue with a wider sidewalk that we're envisioning, kind of the stairway up that area, or the general kind of walking in this Grandview Commons area. Another area that we've done some talking about is Vernon Avenue right now. If you live over in the kind of Oxford, Hankerson, Bedford area to that kind of northwest side of Vernon, there are no, the area isn't really friendly to pedestrians trying to cross Vernon. And so one of the ideas we've kind of tinkered with is what if you create some intersections at 51st, 52nd, 53rd that signal to vehicles as they're coming up that you're slowing down, you're coming to intersections, and give pedestrians more of a chance to get back and forth. This illustration here on the left is right around the library, and we had tinkered with some ideas, and this was where we got some feedback from the Richmond Hills folks about their access into their neighborhood. And I learned a lot about which road is actually labeled which in this process, but it's Eden and Sherwood and a little street called Link, which doesn't even have a sign anywhere, I don't think. But the folks in that neighborhood are sensitive about that because it's the only access to their neighborhood. And they like the fact that it's one access, but they also want us to be really careful as we think about access in and out of there. So originally we had talked about creating an intersection at 53rd and then using this area in front of the library that is now Sherwood, well, it's actually Eden at that point, but using that to create some additional parking for the library. After talking more with them about that, one of the things we decided is that we should create some other alternatives, one of which is just to leave it the way it is and really try to enhance the tree lining along there and the attractiveness of it. But that in any event, we ought to be waiting on the 53rd Street intersection until we see how this right sizing of Vernon goes. If it still is a very busy street, that's not a very viable option. If it turns out that it really is slowing things down, that might be an option to be thinking about in that second phase. The other thing that I think is important in terms of connections, I mentioned earlier that ability to walk across where the public works site is now. Here is the kind of the corner of Eden. This is where the bus garage is right now. And what we're envisioning kind of creates a connection down to the library and the senior center where you could walk up to Jerry's. Right now you have to kind of go through the old car wash lot, and we found some hardy souls who were able to do it, but we think we could make it a lot more attractive. On the transportation, another key component is two other key components. One is this notion of creating frontage roads on either side of Highway 100. As we kind of put more density in this area, we recognize that there is a limitation on carrying capacity, so to speak, of the traffic that might be created. And we wanted to maintain the pedestrian feel in this area, but we recognized that if we were doing that, we had to give automobiles a way to get around it. And so one idea that we came up with was this idea of a frontage road. It has the advantage of kind of letting traffic that's going by slide by without interfering. The other thing that's a real advantage of it is, engineering-wise, it's earthwork. It's not bridges. It's not it's not crossing spans that are open. We're really just changing the elevation and trying to create that. Just on a personal note, one of the benefits of this is that I don't have to worry about my 16-year-old trying to get on what we call the danger ramp south on Highway 100, because we would create an intersection here at Eden Avenue, and that would be a much more safe access. And MnDOT was more than happy to work with us on that, because that is not, as you might imagine, not the traditional way that they do things. The second idea here is this creation of a bridge across the railroad tracks here that creates a one-way loop through this area. And what that is designed to do is to take some of the pressure off of the traffic coming this way. A lot of it turns and goes down Interlochen by the Holiday Station, but it will, we think, enhance kind of the ability to move that traffic through at a pace that's more tolerable. Here's just another drawing of it. You might note here that I was talking with Bill McGreevy before the meeting too. This is the McGreevy, the Washburn McGreevy Funeral Home, and you note on this one we actually have this future street that we envision between these two buildings. The other one, it was right across here, and that's an example of one of the changes we made as we went through that public comment process to recognize that. Again, we're envisioning the possibility of some way of getting from the frontage road into that stay-at portion of the district, but it doesn't necessarily have to be in the place where his building is. Here's just another kind of illustration of that same connection. The other thing that we think is really important is mass transit, and so one notion is to really, one of our guiding principles was to preserve the potential for future use of the rail, and so we've done that in how we've thought about the rail use and how we go up against it. This plaza, I should mention here, this is the Public Works site. Because it has such a steep grade, if you think about standing down at Eden and you look up at the drive-through behind Starbucks, that's a big elevation. And so what we're doing is we're using that elevation to create parking underneath, structured parking underneath, and then on top of it would go this plaza as well as a community building, but at the same time reserving this space in case there was future transit that would come through. And the more immediate need is there is a commuter bus line that comes through here, and the Met Council is very anxious to try to work with us on a park and ride and see what we can make happen in that vein. One of the interesting things we discovered, we coined a new term, or a new term to me during the process there's the park and ride ramps. Well, the term that I heard for the first time was hide and ride. And what it is really referring to is we have a lot of cars that are parking in this area that are folks getting on the bus to go downtown during the day. And they find all kinds of places to do it. And we think some of that parking congestion would be really helped by getting a facility that was a more formal park and ride. Finally, talking about this notion of incremental value creating changes that encourage private redevelopment, we recognize that this is going to happen over a long period of time, that this is a 10, 15, 20-year kind of transition. And so in the framework, we do have some suggestions for a first 5-year phase, a second 5-year phase, and a 10+ beyond. And we've kind of coded it on this document here. You see the green is kind of phase 1, the yellow is phase 2, and then the purple is the 10+ years. One of the things, and this is a blow-up kind of that initial phase, we've got the bus garage and the public works facility. We've also included in that initial phase a portion, the old Warner property, which is now owned by Our Lady of Grace. And again, I want to emphasize that that's not to suggest that we are building anything on that private property. We just envision that that might be something that they choose to turn over as they see the bus garage and the public works building making transitions. The other thing that we think is really important is kind of the enhancement of the public realm. And one of the most obvious stretches of public realm is the streetscapes that we have. You know, whether it be Arcadia Avenue coming up from Eden, or Eden Avenue or Vernon Avenue. We think that's a really important thing that, again, using public property, we can leverage public resources to create a kind of environment that's going to encourage private property owners to make a transition. So there's another, this is kind of an example here. This illustration would be Arcadia going up toward Vernon. So we're looking from the Eden Avenue and walking up, and you see that there's an elevation, so we're kind of envisioning a broader sidewalk that's more pedestrian friendly, buildings that aren't going to be as high along that area, so that you're creating a nice neighborhood pedestrian friendly scale. So that kind of gives you an overview of the vision that we've got, and obviously there are a lot more details in it. I wanted to just finish up with what I've called the epilogue, and it's really kind of some things that have happened since we completed our work. It was in January that we completed work on the draft development framework, and then we took public comment all the way through March, and as a result of some of that public comment, we made some changes, and we've now finalized that. But we also had, as I mentioned earlier, some public comments from whether it be the funeral home or Richmond Hills or others, and so we've tried to incorporate that. And then we also, the council, as we've worked with you on work sessions, have suggested some supplemental inquiries and information that you're interested in. And so at our meeting last week, we actually had a discussion about height in the area. And in your packets tonight, there is a summary of some conversation that we had on that, and votes we actually took on 5 different height proposals, everything from keeping the existing comprehensive plan heights to allowing more height in some places with flexibility, to not worrying about height. And so I think you got a good flavor in those documents, and those are in your packet, and we'll be posting those as well on the Edina Citizen Engagement site so that folks can see those. And then I wanted to conclude tonight as well. One of the things that the council had asked us for is you had specifically talked about height, but you also kind of left the door open. Are there other comments, thoughts, things that you want us to know about? And one of the things we learned during this process is we worked very hard to build consensus on the things we could agree on and set aside those things we maybe couldn't agree on. And so with the amount of time that we had, what we thought was probably going to be a better way to do that is to just let folks from the steering committee come up and just kind of share with you their different perspectives and give you, an item or two about what they might be thinking about that they really value about this plan. But before I do that, I'd be happy to answer any questions from the council.
Any questions for Commissioner Staunton at this point in time? I think the preparation work that you've done with us over the last year or so, and the periodic meetings we've had, have really set a nice stage for what you've presented this evening, and especially with the epilogue material. What's happened between January and March is new information for us, and reflects some of the things that we asked you to go back and talk about. So that's good. So if you wanted to bring a couple of your
Sure, and
steering committee members up here, or however you prefer to do it.
And I recognize you're probably going to want to hear from members of the public who might be interested as
That's
well.
right.
So
It's a public hearing.
They
so.
can be part of that. I'll just close by showing you this aerial photograph from 1953. And you can kind of see this is before the clover leaf. You got Highway 100 and this diamond-shaped interchange right here at what was 169. And it's what it looked like in 1953, and with any luck, maybe by 2023 it looks like this. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Excellent work. Thank you. I think in the context of taking steering committee comments, I'm going to take them as part of, council will take them as part of the public hearing. So I'm going to open this matter up for public hearing at this point in time, and remind folks that you will have 3 minutes. You will get a green light, and then the yellow light will come on when you have 30 seconds left, so you'll need to wrap up. Unless you have something you want to put on the center projector, I would say use one of the side podiums. Make sure you give us your name and address. And please feel free to come on up and comment or inquire with the council.
I'd like to make a comment.
Did you come?
My name is David Davidson. I live down by the high school on Galway Drive.
Your address, specific street address, David?
716.
David, you either need a microphone or you have to be at a microphone. So Jennifer can give you one if you have something you want to show. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the, did I turn this on? Can you hear me? I wanted to talk about the rail line. This rail line that runs through the Grandview district had a commuter service between Minneapolis and Northfield up until 1942. Has a branch that goes up through Bloomington as well. I looked into what the potential for the use of the rail was, and found out that there's some history there as well. It's been known as the Dan Patch line because there was a Dan Patch concept a few years ago for a commuter rail along the lines that would run between Minneapolis and Northfield in place of the more or less along the same lines as the old commuter line. Commuter rail means that you've got heavy trains moving very quickly down the tracks, and for that reason our city and other communities rejected it, and we passed this so-called Dan Patch gag rule. 2 years ago, the Department of Transportation, the Minnesota Department of Transportation, put forth a plan for intercity rail, which would be heavy, fast trains moving between Minneapolis and Mankato along those tracks. It was approved. That plan was approved 2 years ago, so that's got a kind of a 2-year head start on it. But there is another alternative, and that's to put light rail, one that would serve our community, I think, better than either the commuter or the intercity rail, and it would be less hazardous. One of the reasons why we rejected this Dan Patch plan was because of the hazard of these fast, heavy trains. And if you look at, I'm a physicist, so I look at things in these terms, is you take the mass of the train, you multiply the square of velocity, and you get a measure of the hazard. And if you look at this commuter city, the commuter or the intercity rail, then you've got a level of hazard. But then if you look at the light rail, that's an alternative, then it's like a factor of 30 less hazardous. And it will serve the community. We would have several stops along the way rather than, say, one in the case of the commuter rail if the Dan Patch gag rule is overturned, or maybe 0 in the case of the intercity rail. So this is a potential concept for the use of that, and it's something that we should consider and perhaps be more proactive than we have been in the past. Thank you.
Good. Thanks, Mr. Davidson. Thank you. Good evening.
Hi. My name is Jeanette Clotter, and I live at 5029 Oxford Avenue. And I am here to thank Kevin and all of the people who have been working on this Grandview District development project. I live in the neighborhood. I've lived there now for 5 years, and I bought my house on Oxford because I wanted to live in a green and walkable, friendly neighborhood. I had been living in a city, San Francisco actually, for 30 years, where I say life starts when you walk out the door, because you can eat at a restaurant or you can take public transportation. Anyway, I'm happy with my decision to have purchased a home there, and I'm even happier to hear about the things that are going to be happening in the future. The one thing I just wanted to mention tonight is I'm concerned about the corner of Interlochen and Vernon Avenue. I'm hoping that we can make that a much greener and friendlier place. Just today I was at that corner, and we have many people living in our neighborhood now who are very young, who have puppies and children, and I saw two of them actually up at that corner today trying to cross the street with their dogs and babies, and it looked a little dangerous and haphazard to me, not to mention the fact that it's quite an unattractive corner. I think most of you would agree Vernon and Interlochen does not represent the gateway into a much nicer neighborhood. So I'm hoping that you guys will consider the beautification of that corner. And then last, also, I wanted to say about Interlochen that indeed it is a thoroughfare that goes to Hopkins, but it's also our neighborhood street, and we think about it like that. I know when we had the Women's U.S. Open, we had blocked off that when you got to Interlochen for the golf tournament, and people, you can believe how different it was. People came out on that street to walk down to the golf course or to ride their bikes or whatever. So it just changed the whole tenor of the area. I'm not suggesting that we put in a dead end there, although it would be nice, but just to remember that that's a neighborhood where people live. So, and I grew up in the Highlands area, so I really understand that this is a multi-use area. It's for commuters as well as walkers, but more and more we've got walkers and we want it green. So anyway, that's all. Thank you again. I really appreciate the work that's being done, and thank you for allowing me to give my comments tonight.
Good. Nice to see you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
We know you've had a concern about this corner for quite some time. I'm wondering, Jennifer, if our lighting system is operational. Okay.
Hi, I'm Kim Montgomery, and I live at 5300 Evanswood Lane. As many of you know, I've served on the CAT team and the steering committee, both on the executive committee and as the chairman of the Community Needs Public Realm Working Group. And Kevin touched briefly on the conversations that we've had recently about height, but I would just like to further elaborate on those. As you probably are all aware, all of the framework documents and drawings that we, as a steering committee, referenced use the comp plan and reference no higher than 6 stories. Those were the documents that we worked off and that were approved on our January 19th meeting. Those were also the documents that the public saw throughout the public comment period. As Kevin mentioned, only 5 days ago did we have a discussion that contemplated heights that could possibly be greater than those shown in the framework document and the comp plan. The comp plan was a true public process with extensive input from the neighboring communities about height in the Grandview district. And to contemplate changing heights shown in the framework document and the comp plan without extensive public discussions would seem to me to be both poor public process and precedent. So in the name of good public process, the Community Needs Public Realm Working Group respectfully requests that the height represented in both the framework document and the comp plan be left at a maximum of 6 stories and not changed to allow the possibility of 10 to 12 stories as was proposed on Thursday night. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Ms. Montgomery. Folks, please, we have to be respectful of others' opinions. So, Mr. Persh.
Gene Persh, 6917 Cornelia Drive. First of all, after 2 years on this steering committee, I think it's a benchmark procedure that we had so many citizens involved And it was very, very good to see the tremendous contribution all our residents on this committee did. So I hope this is a good thing for the future. I have just a couple comments. The steering committee needs, I think, to evaluate this whole process, and I hope that it can be done in a matter of weeks to see what went right, what can be improved, and perhaps how we can facilitate a direction for the plan that we envision. Two, the steering committee members, if they choose so, to be apprised of developments as they come through on the future of this piece of property, the Grandview area. And also our residents of Edina, that they be apprised that as things move down the pipe, such as proposals that come forward, so we can maybe offer advice or at least be apprised of where our work has gone. Third, the framework needs to be given a chance. I don't, this is my own personal opinion, I don't envision any changes to this until we see how this plays out in the development or the architectural community. I think it's very important that all the work that's put into this, all the limitations and the procedures that we had to take into account are be given a chance to see what might come forward as our vision is so graphically laid out. And the one picture I think that maybe sums up the desired future condition of our committee is the one that dealt with that Montreal area there that's in our document. That is probably the closest thing to the desired future ideal that possibly can be done. And then my advice to any developer comes from Frank Lloyd Wright. I never design a building before I've seen the site and met the people who will be using it. And I hope any developer who comes in takes that advice very seriously. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Persha. Anyone else? Yes. Mr. Bonneville.
My name's Tom Bonneville. I live at 4378 Browndale, and I've been there for 40-some years. I'd like to do a little different approach at this. I'll try to keep myself down to 3 minutes. So one of the...
We know you will.
Yeah, right. One of the aspects is I'm looking at this from a standpoint of a developer, which I have been. And I'm also looking at it from the steering committee's standpoint. And I want to thank everybody on the steering committee, and especially Kevin, for his patience with us. Let me start. I'm going to give you a lot of statistics here. First of all, we're looking at this from a framework standpoint, not from a code standpoint regarding things like height, parking ratios, and so on. The Jerry's Tower is a kind of a key item presently there, and its elevation from sea level at the top is 1,048 feet. I want to start with that and look down on everything else. We're looking at this from a parking structure that can be on the public works site, and I want to key in on that as though it were a first project in the first 5 years. That parking structure could be as large as 225 feet by 500 feet, which on 3 levels would bring it up to the grade where Eden Avenue Grill opening to the west would be at 948. At 948 there, you want to have the deck top be at about 950. So you start at the bottom and you go up 3 levels. At 918, first floor, 928, second floor, 938, third floor for 10-foot high spaces. Then you have the top of that being at 948, therefore, or because we're working with trying to make sure it comes up to 950, you make the top 12 feet. Then the Grandview crossing roadway, which would go across, would start at 948 And in order to clear the tracks to meet the rules of 23 feet of clearance and so on, it'll have to go over 959. But that is only a climb of 4.8%, so it is feasible to do that. On the other side, on the Jerry's side of the tracks, you can land at 956. So therefore, it's only about a 3% down to that. The platform, therefore, at these elevations, we'll put a building on top of this, or two buildings, as viewed from the east, from Highway 100 or from over on this side. We visualize a step. You have the building step up in elevation going away from you. So the building that we would put on top could be as much as 7 floors, but it still wouldn't be taller than Jerry's, because you'd have your base at 950, you'd have a 16-foot main floor, then 6 stories at 12, then a 5-foot parapet on top, and that brings you to 1043. You're still short of the Jerry's Tower.
Mr. Bonneville, I need to have you stop. I'm sorry, but we've
Okay.
got to treat everybody equally from a
Sure.
time standpoint. And
Have
I
my
would
time
encourage
on
you to submit your data in writing, and anyone
do
else
that.
that wishes to, we would make it part of the record in this matter. I know you've gone to a lot of work to do this, but I need to have you
Sure.
stop
do
your
that.
comments now.
Yep.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Mayor,
Hi.
Council, good to see you. I come representing the Richmond Hills Group, and I'm Art Heim, and I live at 5205 Richwood Drive. You may have gotten an email that I sent you. I'm here specifically to talk about that particular area and what the form of transportation in and out has come up. You've all seen the sketches. I don't think I can get the one I'm looking at on there on your little gadget here, but the point is that first of all, we do appreciate all the work that's been done by the steering committee. It must, tremendous hours and so forth. And we're not interested in commenting on anything other than our neighborhood, excuse me, and our way of getting into it and out of it. There's there's 47 homes in there. And the change that we were elaborated on somewhere in January and February and so forth, while there's been talk about the whole development, was the fact that our exit would not continue down Sherwood and go down Eden. As a matter of fact, we always thought it was all Sherwood, but we were told that, number one, we would take an exit out of, at the 53rd portion of Vernon, and that is very tricky. Getting out might be one thing. Coming across, if you were coming down south and on Vernon and I have been practicing this for a couple of 3 weeks, believe me, and I've almost gotten T-boned about 3 times, depending on what time of day you do it. And so going out would be one thing, coming in would be another, and we were told that was the plan, and then that we would have the choice of going through Grandview Square. Now, think about that a minute. It's bad enough to have the 53rd, but the Grandview Square would be enjoying our school buses, our snowplows, our UPS trucks, our construction trucks, or anything else. And I don't know if they're supposed to be here tonight, but I haven't heard from anybody there that's real happy about that yet. Now, this was all predicated on one thing, or one area, the library, with the idea of getting more parking. And then they wanted to put a green sward out there in front to give the library a presence. Well, I didn't think that was quite fair, and neither do our neighbors, to have to put up with that in order to get a presence. And on the parking, I'm not sure I'm going to conclude with that. I have gone by there a million times. We've lived there for quite a number of years. And there's about, I count up somewhere over 75 parking spots in front of the library. It may well be more than that. took a calculation. And in the back, under the senior center, that's filled mostly, but
Mr. Ham, I need to have you wrap up. I've given you a little
What?
bit of extra time here. I need to have you wrap up. You're a little over time, so finish
but-
that thought real quick.
But there is a tremendous amount of space, there's a huge amount of space over there by that business building.
All right.
And if people needed that for a park and ride, I suggest we move the bus.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Mayor Hovland, members of the council. Bill McCreevy and my family owns and operates Washburn McCreevy Funeral Chapels, located right over here at Vernon and Highway 100. And I'll make sure that I don't hit this red light before I step away. Let me just mention that I appreciate very much what Kevin and the steering committee have done. I've attended a number of the meetings, and I like an awful lot of the plan, and I know that an awful lot of hard work has gone into that plan, and appreciate it very, very much. And we've made a great improvement that we no longer have a road going through our facility, so I really appreciate that. And now it appears that there's a road, though, maybe that goes through the parking lot. I may have misread that, but that's what it appears like. I'm not sure that it's really necessary to have a road go through the property there, where it appears now that it maybe would encroach upon or take up a number of our parking spaces. And so I would just ask that maybe you be sensitive to that. I see the Edina Funeral Chapel as being a great community asset and something that a lot of people come and pay their respects to residents of the Edina community. And I think it's very important to have on-site parking for people to be able to access the building, as well as staging funeral processions for going to Fort Snelling National Cemetery or Lakewood Cemetery or the other cemeteries in the area. So we just ask that you be sensitive to that and sensitive to the other businesses too in the community that I know are concerned for their properties and for their parking. And I'm very confident that you will have a great plan and go forward, and that Edina will be an even better city than it's ever been before. So thank you for the time.
Thanks, Mr. McCreevy. Anyone else wish to comment? All right, seeing no one coming forward and hearing nothing, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second. Been moved and seconded we close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. Who wants to lead off the discussion? Member Swenson.
The first part is just a short part. For something like the funeral chapel, I moved in the area in 1963. I know that gives you kind of my age. I was maybe just born then, but maybe not. And that wasn't a funeral chapel then. So I think the point of that is things change. I'm not expecting that to change in the next 5, 10, 15 years. I think the idea was that there could potentially be a street there if that area was redeveloped and they decided they didn't want a funeral chapel there and they wanted to sell it because it had more value. I don't think our intent is to take away parking from anyone. Our intent is never on anything like this to force someone to redevelop their private land. The opportunity to have your land be worth more if you wanted to sell it or redevelop it is really what this is. This is an idea moving ahead, and as what Kevin so aptly said, it's a framework for 15, 20, 30 years. In the time that I've lived around that neighborhood, a lot of the stores have changed hands, and they will again. Same with the Richmond Hills access and egress and exit. I don't think our plan nor this framework is to do anything to change the way they go in and out that doesn't work for them. And so any changes that we would ever make in the road structure there is going to be a very public process with their input and what they need as part of it. I thought Kevin's idea of potentially doing the Vernon Avenue change first to see what that does to that road and how the traffic is around that and how it functions is probably a really great idea. And I was kind of disappointed to see that it was colored yellow because I would rather be it in first through 5, so I made a note of that. I also think that, Jean, you're right, we should do a survey, some sort of survey as to how this process worked and what we could do to make it better. And there are a bunch of different ways we can do it. We can use a process called SurveyMonkey that just literally emails out everybody questions on, you know, what worked, what didn't work, and get that back, and the sooner rather than later. What I see the next step for this being, because I certainly support all the work you've done, is that now we have work as a city to do, and some of those areas are the areas of changing the use in our comp plan so it can be mixed use, having a discussion on the height and getting some guideline from the Planning Commission based on what your input all is. We have cards from all of you as to how you feel about height. And starting to work on that park and ride and seeing what we can do to help the bus garage. But before that, we really need this to go to planning and to get the use changes there. You know, there's the issue of what will we do with public realm space, and Member Sprague and I were just kind of passing things around. You know, we really have a park and rec department that talks about what uses and needs we have, and there might be an opportunity right now for a good needs assessment on what other facilities we might need, meeting facilities and things like that in the Edina. And then the Transportation Commission, as far as that Vernon Avenue change, including that light at Interlochen. She left, but I agree. The light at Interlochen, it's not a very friendly area to cross. Those are my thoughts. I'm certainly very in favor of accepting this, and I commend all of you for your hard work.
Thank you. Thank you. Member Swenson. Member Sprague.
Thank you, Mayor. An amazing work product to everybody who was involved. Thank you deeply. I just wanted to follow up on a couple of thoughts you brought forward. In terms of the continuation, I can see what I like about this plan is it's public realm driving private and not the opposite. And we're setting the table for private development to happen in this complete streets multimodal transportation infrastructure way, and also with this community space and community green. And to take it a step further on the community, on the public realm aspect, the community center, I would like to see the park board not do a general needs assessment, but look at what the possible programming could be in this building, in the civic building. The reason why is the programming will, to some degree, drive the building design. So I think that would be a logical handoff as we bring this into the city council and commission structure. And then the second handoff I would make is to the Transportation Commission. I would have them look at bike and pedestrian options in the district and the park and ride facility. We had a joint work session with them earlier, and they seem to think that could be discussed in connection with development of our Living Streets policy. So that's another great place to hand it off. And of course, those would be working groups. Working groups are open to the public, and so the knowledge and expertise that we've leveraged from the community here through the steering committee work and through the community advisory team in the first part could be used again in these working groups. So I encourage people to stay with the process. The final comment I have is I think this is, we've been looking at this from planning and design. I look at also from a perspective of economic development, and I look at our three major economic hubs, 50th and France, Southdale, Grandview, and all the work we're doing kind of synchronizes in the three regions. You know, we're looking at Greater Southdale. We're looking at how to make that more pedestrian and bike friendly to connect the neighborhoods back to the retailers, because we know from the Grandview process that there's a synergy and there's a relationship there. And that same model is being discussed and brought forward here in the Grandview plan. It's a successful model, obviously, that we can see at 50th and France. So again, I just want to commend everybody for the work and the time that's been put in, and I'm very happy with the work product.
Thank you. Member Brindle.
Thank you. It's just, I mean, it's more than I can really describe. It is to have that kind of a vision and begin with the blank piece of paper and fill it up with, it would, all of the dreams and visions for what this can be. You really provide for us a future of what it can be, and to have that many people come together is really amazing. I sat in here with you a couple of times and just listened, and it's an amazing public that we have here that is willing to put in the hours and come up with the fruitful results. Understanding that this is a long-term vision, it does identify some immediate needs, however, that I think we probably can do in the short term, I'm hoping, Manager Neal. And they have to do with the parking needs, the parking challenges of the people who park their car and take the bus downtown and leave it in an area that's convenient to the library, to the senior center, to that area where moms with a couple of kids in a stroller can't really get to the library conveniently. So the idea that, and I think one of the letter writers kind of planted this idea, it was, maybe I looked at it yesterday, but that part of Eden that's adjacent to the library, possibly put some 4-hour parking limit there, and therefore take those park and ride, hide and ride users and say long-term parking in the Jerry's ramp. There is a bus stop that's very convenient to the Jerry's ramp. And so it would take those long-term parkers and give them a spot that's not adjacent to a library, adjacent to the senior center, where people do want to park close to their destination. Additionally, there is something additionally, oh yes, some of the long-term parkers are employees of Edina Family Physicians, I believe. And so I guess I would call on Edina Family Physicians to say, can you accommodate your own parking needs? I have not, I go there, and I have not been there when I've had trouble finding a parking place. So I guess looking at long-term parking needs, they have a parking lot that should be the size that accommodates their staff and their patients. So I feel like they should use it and leave that area that's adjacent to the library open for people who need that close parking to the library. So that's my takeaway from this, is this is a phenomenal vision. It's something that is going to, it already is. It already is of great interest to developers. I believe we're already getting phone calls and emails from developers who are very interested in looking at sites within this area, looking at possible uses and some creative, their own creative vision, taking off from what is drawn in that area. But like I said, what it's left me with is a couple of these immediate things. One of them certainly is better pedestrian crossings of Vernon to get people across Vernon from the west side to the east side of Vernon. So if we can do some of those little things to get people using the area in a safer manner, that I think that just may grease the skids a little bit for seeing some of those other things happen sooner. But thank you so very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Member Brennan.
Thanks. Member Brindle, you addressed one of my comments, and I will drop any discussion of parking. Thank you for those suggestions. I also want to thank Kevin and other members of the Planning Commission who have participated in this, also Mike Lamb and Bruce Jacobson and other consultants in the community who've advised this. It has been an inspiring process to watch, and people have been passionate and very, very dedicated in this work. It also is an inspiring and visionary document. As those of you who know me know, and people who've worked with public process know, There is also a lot of importance to details, and I know that there will be a focus in on those details at a planning commission and council level, but tonight I want to highlight just a few of them. First of all, we all know that the comprehensive plan has a lot of significance, and so if this plan is going to end up, or the framework gets developed into a plan, which in turn is incorporated into the comprehensive plan, it will be really important that the things that are in that document are things that we are willing to have the force of a comprehensive plan or the force of a guide plan for 10 years. For instance, it takes 4 votes on a council to change a comprehensive plan, not just 3, not just a majority. So something like a roadway through a building or a parking lot is a pretty important detail. What some of us who've worked even a little with the issue know is that a roadway is one of those public things that a city, a public entity always has the right to use eminent domain to create. So if we don't want that power, I don't think we should put a map or a design. I understand it's been moved out, but in terms of our thinking about that, I think we want to remain careful, because again, putting something into the comp plan that shows a roadway through something gives us some authority that we may in fact not really want to have, and have assured people that we're not going to have. Something else that I think is important is that as well as being passionate about this process, I think people have been passionate about different issues. We've heard a little bit about that tonight, but there's also some passion that we haven't heard about because the group was very focused on reaching a consensus and putting forward that consensus vision. However, one of the things that concerns me is that this is an inspiring document. It's also a document that pretty much shows height at about 6 stories. I had my good glasses on and I counted, and I can't find buildings of 10 and 12 stories that are depicted in this plan. And that means that during the public comment period, with all of the places that we've put this document and boards for people to see and comment on, we've been showing them something that does correspond with our existing comprehensive plan, which is 6 stories or less. And if we didn't really mean that, if there was contemplation that we were going to get to a different result, then I think we really needed to put that information in front of people so that they could comment on it during this public comment period. And I don't know what we do to change that now, but again, we've invited comment on something that if we change, we're making a pretty significant departure from the information that we provided to people. I support what my colleagues have requested for an evaluation process by the steering committee, whether SurveyMonkey or some other means. I think we should. This is a good time. People have worked very hard. Some people have been with this process from the very beginning through both committees of work, and it would be good to capture invite their thoughts on what the process has been, what has worked, and what we could change. I also support the recommendation of turning to the park board and having them look specifically at what the community needs are and what the use of a facility in this area could be. There's been some talk about inviting private redevelopment, and I think some sort of community function center. We already have a library and senior center in that area. We know that we have unmet needs. What else can we do that's very inviting to both development and very possibly more people residing in that area? And I think that's it. Perhaps a working group. I know that we've used those very successfully. But again, I am very grateful to everyone who has worked on this. Thank you very much for all the time and energy that you've devoted to it.
Thank you. My comments relate to both process and the product that was a result of that process. First of all, with respect to process, I would say that on the occasions when I observed meetings, the level of discourse could not have been more elevated or respectful or inclusive. In fact, a few months ago I sat here and watched a planning commission presentation from the steering committee, and there were folks from the neighborhood and also Mr. McCreevy here, and you could tell that the process had been inclusive and respectful because both folks from the Richmond Hills neighborhood and Mr. McCreevy got up and said, folks, don't forget Mr. McCreevy, you got a road going through my chapel. I don't think that's really going to work out. But in the most respectful sort of way, tethered really to how he was treated during the process and the inclusive nature of that process. And then the folks from Richmond Hills were reminding the group, we've only got one way in and out of our neighborhood. We really need to think about, whether it's a good idea to close that off. So it was quite an amazing thing to see. And you can get a flavor of it here tonight with respect to the discourse that took place here. So I commend all of you that were involved in this for how you treated each other and how you treated people that came to see you with concerns. The experts that I saw, Mike and Bruce, you did stellar work for us. Thank you very much. That money was used in the best way possible with your assistance. So thanks. The product, I think, again, as other colleagues of mine have mentioned, it's a framework, it's a vision, it's a 50,000-foot view. It's not a blueprint. It gives us a general idea of what might happen over in this neighborhood in the years to come. I think the soft spots are the ones that colleagues up here have mentioned. Member Sprague talked about, well, what could go out first? Well, I mean, the obvious spot is the Public Works facility, but right next to that is the school bus garage, and we need to figure out how to kind of use those two public properties to build out something that has community consequence to it. And that it will spur private economic development around it. There's a lot of successful businesses up there. They may not want to change right away, but over time they may want to change. But it all keys off, what do we have for public realm amenities? It's just like the promenade. We laid that promenade in a few years ago north out of Centennial Lakes up to behind Target on 70th Street. Now we're seeing a project come. We thought it might take 15, 20 years, but Lunds is going to be coming forward with a project that embraces the promenade. We've got to get to embrace it a little bit more as we move along. There's some things to deal with, but nonetheless, they're making an effort, and the Planning Commission's giving them good guidance. So next steps, I think you've heard from the council glowing praise for the process that took place here and the outcome. And so I expect that we'll hear a motion from somebody here to adopt the Grandview District framework. Beyond that, I think you've heard some relatively logical steps from folks. There ought to be Planning Commission input. There ought to be Transportation Commission input. There ought to be maybe Energy and Environment Commission input because of the issues involved there, and Park and Rec input. And then it ought to come back to us, and then we can have another public discussion about what we want to see, and then we can talk about amending the comp plan. So anyway, we got a little bit of work ahead of us here, I think, in terms of next steps, but great outcome. Thank you so much for the effort on behalf of all of your fellow residents in your community. So is there a motion on this matter?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we adopt the Grandview District Development Framework as recommended by the Grandview Steering Committee and the Planning Commission. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Thank you very much. Good work. Now we're going to move on to our second public hearing matter of the evening, which is a consideration of potential establishment of a tax increment financing district and a potential agreement with Simon. Let's see, what do we? I guess it's Southdale Limited Partnership owned by Simon Development. So we're going to move on to that project next. We're going to let folks clear the room for just a moment.
Oh, okay. It's an extra.
It's an extra. Thank you.
Okay, we get our attorney, and our financial advisor in the room. And I see Metro Transit coming in as well. So, all right, let's move on to the next matter, which Manager Neal is going to handle from a background standpoint. Manager Neal.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's hard to tell where to start the timeline for the discussion for tonight's discussion over the proposed development agreement and TIF agreement with Simon Properties for Southdale. But I'm going to give you a background of the timeline starting in November of last year. And from that point on, then I'll ask Mark Ruff from Ellers, our financial advisor, to take the podium and give you an overview of the development agreement and maybe a little bit of background about the development tools that we're proposing to use for this project. And we'll follow that then with some comments from Jay Lindgren from Dorsey, our bond counsel, and he will address some of the council's specific comments from our most recent special meeting, and also comment on some of the provisions of the material provisions of the agreement that have been under negotiation really up until earlier today. So the timeline I'll start it comes back to November 29th of 2011. The City Council had a special council work session that evening and discussed two items that actually have traveled together through time and are on tonight's agenda. The first is the Southdale TIF agreement, and the second is the parking ramps at 50th and France. And we'll get to that public hearing immediately following this one. The council's discussion at that night was really a discussion about our first chance to have a public meeting, public discussion about, is the city interested in playing a role in helping to revitalize the Southdale Mall. And that evening, you all were able to come and have a discussion with staff and with our consultants and just discussing just the concept of it. And that evening, you came away and gave staff some direction that you were interested in doing that as a body, and asked us to prepare a report on what the possibilities were, what possible outcomes, what possible tools might we employ to do that. We prepared that report, and we had another work session, a regular work session on December 6th, and presented that work, at that work session, the report to you with some ideas about what a potential incentive package might look like. We got some specific direction from the council that night about what the potential terms might be or ought to be, and that led to the creation of a term sheet. And the term sheet was really the first written presentation that we provided to Simon Properties, and we provided that to them on December 14th. And then began that, really the creation of that term sheet began the formal discussion that turned into negotiations, which eventually turned into paper agreements or electronic agreements that were going back and forth, and really culminated in a meeting that we had on March 27th, which was our another special work session where we sat down with the council and reviewed, at that time, the most current version of the development agreement and the TIF plan with you that night. And we got some pretty specific feedback from the council that night, most specifically about the security of the agreement, and also some specific discussions about what the outcomes, what the fit and finish, those kind of discussions, what that might be and what it might look like. And so staff and council took your feedback from that meeting, and really we've been working pretty closely with Simon representatives since to produce the agreement that is up for public hearing this evening. So tonight we want to present to you an agreement that we believe represents the council's wishes and desires to be part of the revitalization of the Southdale Mall. And we also believe that it represents or respects your concerns about being financially prudent with the public assistance that we're granting. So that's where we are tonight. We have representatives from Simon Properties in the audience with us tonight that you've met before. John Phipps and Bill Hammer and Lori Van Dalen are all here tonight. Mark Ruff from Ellers and Jay Lindgren from Dorsey are here. And I think at this point I'll look to Mark if he'll take the podium and maybe give us an overview of the agreement itself. Mr. Ruff.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the council. As Scott outlined, this has been an evolving process. And just from a purely financial perspective, part of the negotiation started over that year ago when Simon requested of the city a $5 million grant to help with what are predominantly common area improvements to the Southdale facility. Simon's been consistent throughout this discussion that city assistance is not being asked for any kind of tenant improvements, any kind of store improvements. City assistance was not requested for the Herberger's improvements. It was not requested for the food court or even the realignment of some of the hallways. Specifically, what Simon's request was to the city was to invest up to $5 million and have that money leverage Simon money that they have indicated is a competitive process within their own corporation to finance those kinds of improvements which over the long term will, in their representation, increase the value of the mall, but are not easily accessible directly to tenants because the tenants don't see as much direct immediate benefit of those. So those common area, the common area budget that we set up in terms of this agreement is expected to be $15 million. So $10 million to come from Simon cash and $5 million from the loan. I mention a loan because originally the request was for a grant. In the work sessions that we had with the council, you were clear that you were not open to the idea of a grant, but you were open to the idea of a loan. And so in the continuing negotiations, it was presented as a loan, and ultimately the financial deal is that that loan in the amount of $5 million would be repaid at 0% interest, and up to $250,000 of that $5 million would be forgiven if a transit facility is constructed that meets the specifications of the city and ultimately through the city Metro Transit. So the net loan to Simon is $4.75 million. The repayments of that loan are to start in 2014, and those are about at a number of $400,000, and the repayments would then increase through 2021 when the repayment would be $750,000. The repayments are graduated up partly because the arrangement that's in the agreement is for tax increments to offset the payments of the loan. So Simon will be obligated to meet those payments on a timely basis, but if the facility's market value increases above current levels, and a portion, not all, but a portion of the property taxes will be captured through this tax increment financing, and I'll explain what tax increment financing specifically means in this context in a minute, but will be redirected toward the city, and the city will use whatever tax increments are received during that term to offset the payments of the loan. The opportunity to use tax increment financing for this type of project is a narrow window. The legislature 2 years ago and a year ago affirmed the ability of using tax increment for retail projects, which previous to 2 years ago would not be allowable. But because of the difficulties in the real estate market, the legislature allowed cities to create 9-year tax increment districts. Effectively, that's 8 years of payments of tax increment to help with any type of commercial facility like this. It is a rather short period of time. Tax increment districts can go up to 26 years. This is a much shorter term of a tax increment district. And the opportunity to create that is closing as of June 30th of 2012, unless the legislature chooses to extend that special law again. So the requirements of the law are that the city create the tax increment district, certify it to the county, and then the private entity involved starts construction of the improvements that are agreed upon by June 30th. In this particular case, the agreement is that they will start construction of those improvements by June 30th and will have them completed by the end of this year. In addition, if Simon pays or spends less than $14 million in improvements, I said the goal is $15 million, so $1 million. If it's $14 million, then there is no assistance. I think the idea is that these funds are leveraging Simon's private equity, and that they are intended to produce the highest possible, economically possible improvements to the common area of the mall. The city is, as a source of funds, one would ask where is the source of funds coming from this loan. It's actually coming from the Centennial Lakes Tax Increment District, a district that's been around now for over 20 years. Though there have been some funds that have been built up in that district, and under, again, a special provision, we're able to use those funds to loan to this property, and assuming that everything works as we expect, the money will then be repaid to the Centennial Lakes District. Simon is paying no interest on this loan, but the city has the opportunity to use some of the tax increments from the area included in the Southdale Tax Increment District to help pay for interest back to that loan from Centennial Lakes. And I'd be happy to go over that particular part of this again, because I think we oftentimes get confused about tax increment. We hear that particular word and our eyes start to roll in the back of our head, because I think the difficulties of tax increment are twofold. One is it's based on a property tax system that's very complex, and so sometimes we get the confusion of what's straight in the property tax system versus what's straight in the economics of it. And then the second is some of the laws change depending on what type of district. So as I finish this presentation, I will outline specifically what the tax increment component of this deal is. As I said, the payments will occur over 8 years. The payments are secured through a letter of credit. So the city is protected by a third party. Simon has agreed to make that letter of credit. It's in the amount of $750,000, a renewable letter of credit, meaning that if they don't pay the loan and we go to the financing institution that is holding that letter of credit, then that is renewed. And the next year we can draw another $750,000 if necessary. And Mr. Lindgren can talk more specifically about the enforceability and the commonness of that kind of agreement. So let me go back to the tax increment and just the basics, because I think this is the most important part of it, because the underlying all of this is pretty simple. It's just we're loaning Simon $4.75 million, assuming that transit facility is constructed, and they'll be repaying that over the next 8 years.
As part of your explanation of TIF, Mark, could you please include, though, what it can be used for? Because from the emails that we got today, that's the hardest thing to understand, the limitations of what that money can be used for.
Sure. Tax increment is a tool that's been around for a long time in Minnesota. It has been, there's something in the neighborhood of over 2,000 tax increment districts in the state. Many cities have used it, including Edina, since the late 1970s. The idea is to achieve certain goals, whether that be increased employment, whether that be redevelopment of blighted properties, or whether it be economic development purposes, creation of jobs and stabilization of tax base. I think those last two, especially stabilization and increase in tax base, are particularly important for this particular property. Tax increment does not reduce the property taxes that the tenants in that building will pay. Money is paid in a tax increment district just the same as properties outside the tax increment. People pay their taxes twice a year. Valuations aren't affected whatsoever by being in or out of a tax increment district. The difference really is that we are setting a base of this year for what the value is, and if that value increases, a portion of those property taxes then are redirected back to the city, and the city will use them to write down those loan payments. It's really that simple. A portion of the property taxes that are paid will go to the state, a portion will go to the fiscal disparities pool, a portion will go to the school district, and then the remaining amount, a little bit less than 50% of the increase, not the existing taxes, but the increased taxes, will be redirected back to this project for that period of time. Tax increment districts can only be used for certain costs. In this particular case, we are using them to help pay for some of the common area costs. We have some flexibility both because of the special law and the special circumstances that we have within this particular arrangement. But tax increment districts, I think, as I mentioned before, can only be used for very particular projects outside of this special law. They can only be used for affordable housing. They can only be used for redevelopment where there's truly substandard buildings, or they can only be used for environmental problems. So there are significant limitations that go along with tax increment.
Member Bennett?
Thank you. I have a follow-up question because it's my understanding that TIF funds can also be used to help pay for certain transportation-related improvements. I understand that there are some limitations on that again, but I didn't hear you mention any transportation improvements.
Transportation in terms of the specific facility that's being constructed with Metro Transit, or transportation being more infrastructure, I guess.
I believe that I have heard you say in previous discussions, the work sessions that Manager Neal was referring to earlier, that although TIF funds can't be used for road maintenance, street maintenance, that in fact if a new roadway were to be created, if, for instance, I think these some of the enhancements being proposed for France Avenue, the city has obtained a grant, but we have to provide matching funds up to $1 million and more. And it's my understanding that TIF funds could be used to fund those types of projects as well.
And the answer is yes, tax increment can be used for those types of costs, but it goes back to remember I talked about two complications of TIF. One is when the districts were created, and two is the property tax system. Well, we have talked about using the Centennial Lakes tax increments for those types of infrastructure projects. Newer districts have more difficulty in paying for those general infrastructure projects. And so I think that's part of the differential here, is that we are creating a 9-year tax increment district, the Southdale 2 tax increment district, and the specific purpose is really limited to just the improvements that are associated with Simon's project. It's very difficult to pay for general roadway improvements that would benefit other properties with this particular 9-year district.
But part of what's in front of us procedurally tonight is a requested expansion of the Centennial Lakes district so that funds from that district, in fact, can be used. And if tax increment is not sufficient, in fact, and that $14 million threshold is reached for the improvements that are proposed, that in fact money would be lent from that Centennial Lakes TIF fund. Is that not correct?
That's correct. But I've thought about the best way to present this, and the easiest way I can think is, assuming everything performs as we expect, the city could have chosen to use sewer and water funds that were long-term reserves to lend to this project. So that's where it's hard to separate the business arrangement here, and the business arrangement here is just a loan that's going to be repaid with Simon revenues and offset by some tax increments from the mall itself. So we could have used sewer and water funds to loan that money and just repaid the sewer and water funds with a 4% interest rate over that 8-year period. And instead, we've chosen to use Centennial Lakes dollars to loan to this particular development, in part because we don't want to impair the use of any other city funds, and in part because it seems to be more aligned with what the original mission of Centennial Lakes was. But I think the source of funds for the loan is in my, at least in my mind, less important than probably the business arrangement of what kind of security we have and how that loan is repaid. Because we can, if everything works fine under current law, when that money is paid back to Centennial Lakes, then you as a council can choose to use that money for other projects if you want to, or anything at that time with the law is available, including other infrastructure projects that may exist, if that's clear. Okay, so again, tax increment is not increasing, it is not technically increasing anybody's taxes, because you have to create this district believing that without the $5 million of assistance, Simon would not put the additional equity into the project, and the value in not only the mall but the surrounding areas would not increase, because it would be a detrimental effect upon the whole area of the fact that this important retail facility, this important economic engine for the city, is not maximized in its improvements. And so that's what I was going to conclude the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, was specifically what the resolutions that you're considering this evening and what some of the findings are behind them. And we can talk more specifically about the business arrangement other than what the bare bones outline that I gave, or we can address that to Mr. Lindgren as well. But the findings that you have in front of you in the resolutions are, number one, the establishment of a tax increment district for Southdale and the surrounding area. Again, Simon gets credit only for tax increments that are created by Southdale, excluding certain parcels that they don't own, and excluding one parcel that is adjacent to the mall that may be developed sometime in the future. The remaining area in the tax increment district, or if there's any tax increments that are generated, would be used to help pay for the transit facility and for interest on that loan. So that's finding number one, is that you have to find that those improvements and the values wouldn't increase as significantly as they are going to with this whole investment. Two is that some of the findings are that that this is in compliance generally with your comprehensive plan. The Planning Commission has found that as well. Three is a resolution that says, I'm sorry, a finding that says that this is in the best interest generally of the community as a whole, kind of an overall cost-benefit analysis that you as a council have to do that's based more on qualitative factors than quantitative factors. And then the last one is just that you find that it meets the qualifications of an economic development district, that it's going to generate construction jobs and that it will benefit the tax base as a whole. The second action that you have is to approve a spending plan that's really allowing the use of lending the money from Centennial Lakes to this particular project. And then we have two additional motions, I think, that are considered, and I will defer to the city attorney and the city manager as to whether they're motions or resolutions. But one is that you state law requires that you create an interfund loan resolution, so that's one thing that we had prepared as well. And then the second would be a motion approving the agreement itself. In the public hearing tonight, and there are public hearings that are addressing specific actions of those four. One specific action is the establishment of the Southdale District. Two is the spending plan using the Centennial Lakes money. And three is a public hearing on the portion of the development agreement that deals with business subsidies. And I'll ask Mr. Lindgren to talk about that specifically. So there are several actions involved here. There are complicating factors, but I think the important basic policy decisions we've been over with the council before, and hopefully that the audience can understand that the basic policy is that we're going to use tax increments to help write down this loan, and that the tax increments are really only being derived if and when the market value of this property increases over the next 9 years.
Member Bennett and Member Swenson.
I have two follow-up questions, Mr. Ruff, on some things that you just stated. You talked about the increase in valuation of the property being captured in that being used to repay part or all of the loan. To the extent that it is used to repay the loan, how is that then not a grant? If the increase in value necessitated the payment of more property taxes, and that those taxes that would have been payable had that value increased, how does that then not become, in fact, a grant when a loan is being repaid with taxes that would otherwise have to be paid as taxes, not as repayment of money received from the city? That's the first question, and I have one more as well.
It clearly can be considered a grant in the sense of the words that we are, a loan would be requiring Simon to pay 100% of the principal back. Here you are offsetting some of that principal with dollars that are being derived from tax increments, and oftentimes people consider tax increments to be a grant. I think the discussions I've heard sometimes in other communities when we've talked about tax increment is the idea that the increase in value wouldn't occur but for this investment, and so we wouldn't have the money to give them. And some people have argued, I won't necessarily take that position this evening, but some people have argued that then it's not a grant because they are paying more in taxes than they otherwise would have, the tenants specifically.
And that leads me to my second question. You mentioned the words "but for," and I think you used them earlier. And there was just an article in the Star Tribune a week ago today, in fact, that talked about renovations at Maplewood Mall that were not quantified in that article because Simon was not seeking public dollars from the city of Maplewood, and so they did not need to disclose what they were spending on those renovations, nor, of course, were they asking for any public money. Here they are, and my question is, what sort of determination has been made that this really is a but-for, that without this money, these renovations would not be made? I've seen the correspondence, I've seen the letters and the emails that say that because of return on investment, this is what we would be willing to invest, but for this payment of public money. But has there been any independent examination of this? Do we know if this is this a question of financial sufficiency, or is it simply a question of desire or Simon's business desires and their bottom line?
To answer your question, there's not been an independent verification. We have not hired an accounting firm to review their income statements, their financial statements. We have taken upon the face value of the documents they have presented to us, which say that this will be less than what their return on investment goals are for other types of properties. We have reviewed their numbers, but we have not reviewed their rent rolls. We have not verified what the incomes are from each of their tenants. So there is evidence that they've presented. We take that as face value as being true. So that's one piece of quantitative evidence. The second piece of quantitative evidence is the value of this property has declined significantly over the last several years. And so there is a question as to whether that lack of increase or even just stabilization would stay the same. And I have heard made the arguments in other communities, and sometimes very persuasively, that properties that don't increase at the same value or stay the same for a period of time compared to the rest of the community are receiving a subsidy themselves or a grant themselves, because if the cost of services go up and my value is going up more significantly than other people's values are going up, then that indirectly is a subsidy. This hopefully will jumpstart some of that, and you can again adopt that kind of rationale when looking at redevelopment and economic development or not. But I think more importantly is really the qualitative side of the discussions that we've had with the council, which is you've seen the property yourself firsthand. You've seen what the changes have been, or the lack of changes have been, over the last several years. And those qualitative findings and discussions that have gone on, I would say, are just as important, if not more important, than the quantitative discussions that go on in terms of return on investment. But I think it's safe to say that part of our job is to say, is a large corporation such as Simon being unduly compensated in this effort? And based on the evidence that they have given us so far, I think we can adequately say no, they are not being unduly compensated in this arrangement.
Finally, I know I said 2 questions, but this is actually possibly a correction. You mentioned earlier that none of this requested funds were being used for the food court area. Actually, in the spreadsheet that was included, not with the council materials, but on the back of the HRA materials, there are 2 items. One specifically says add plumbing at Center Court for new food kiosks. That's $80,000. And then there's $650,000 that says refurbish mall restrooms and add family restrooms. And I know that that was part of the planned food court renovation. I don't know if these particular restrooms are located in that area or not. But it does appear that at least some money is in fact being directed to the food court renovations.
Member Swenson.
Just say yes or no to these questions, because these were the ones that came in on my email. Can TIF funds be used to do the street reconstruction projects similar to the Countryside project and the other ones that we have going today that are existing streets that need to be reconstructed in neighborhoods? Can you use TIF funds for those? It's not a trick question.
No.
They just, okay.
The answer is, I mean, I know I was saying no, I know it's not a trick question, but under certain conditions, yes.
I understand, but that's like rebuilding the bridge across France kind of question. Under that kind of situation, yes. I understand the yes question. But our residents are concerned that we're using funds that we might re-roof Edinburgh with, save the pool at Edinburgh with, do their neighborhood reconstruction projects with TIF funds. We don't, as a community, we don't set the rules for TIF funds. Our state legislature does. So the answer that I need to have them hear is that we're really restricted to what we use. You said some things we can use them for. They asked me specific questions other than those things. So they can't be used for maintenance. They can no longer be used to build a park. They used to be used for that. They can't. They changed that law. I can't do a countryside road reconstruction in a neighborhood with them unless there's some, unless I'm enhancing it or there's some huge water issue, sewer issue that's far beyond what we normally do. Is that an accurate statement? This is like talking to my husband, who's a lawyer, who hates to say yes or no because he always thinks that I'm asking some really.
Well, it's.
Is that a yes or a no?
So maybe.
Jeez.
I have, under certain circumstances, seen cities that utilize tax increments for road projects, but it's usually part of an overall large plan. It's usually part of a kind of.
We're going to rebuild the Grandview area, and we're putting in new streets.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
And there's an there's not there's an affordability factor that goes along with those kinds of things. So, that's, and I think that your attorney would say it all has to be done under a general idea of what's the reason why.
Yes.
Just because we can doesn't necessarily mean. It was more important to have adequate findings as to why is this important to the community and why was it not 5 years ago and it is today.
Okay.
And that's the difficulty in the response to that answer.
You are exactly like my husband.
Sorry.
Member Sprague.
Thank you. I just want to go back to the contours of the agreement. You said $4.75 million, but as I understand it, the loan is $5 million. It's just that we're getting a portion of that, they're getting a portion of that forgiven if they build the transit facility. We're still lending them $5 million out of our Centennial Lakes TIF.
That's correct.
Okay. If they build the transit facility, we will have lost $250,000 of our principal, correct?
Directly from Simon, correct, but from the greater tax increment district, if values increase, you will be able to compensate yourself from those other properties.
You took my next question. But if nothing else happens, we lose the $250. So what I was getting to next was, if the ring properties around this Southdale Mall go up, we have an increment that's generated there, we can use that to repay the loss in the forgivable portion, the $250,000 for the transit easement. We could also use that increment to pay back the opportunity cost, the interest cost that we're losing by giving them an interest-free loan, correct?
That's correct.
So if it does lead, spur, or catalyze development around the property, we could end up hypothetically completely whole in this arrangement with the same amount of funds plus the opportunity cost interest that we would have lost.
Yes.
Okay. The findings here. I'm trying to find the right page. Have to do with the but-for test for the most part.
That's the most important part.
That's the most important part. So we have to find that but for this public assistance, the mall would not redevelop, tax values would not stabilize, among other things.
Correct.
Okay. And in the agreement, does it provide for a stipulated assessed value to begin with? Because I know that over the years, there have been appeals. I mean, I think I read in our literature for this meeting that we have $1 billion that's under appeal any given year. So this would be part of that $1 billion that has been appealed in the past, and basically I'm not sure how many years in a row, but I'd like to hear a little more of the history of the valuation of the parcel and how this agreement will help to reach a stipulated amount. That's
Sure.
That's the part I want to hear on.
Over the last 5 years, the value of the mall has dropped by 32%. The parcels that are within the agreement, subject to the agreement, currently have a market value of $112,647,000 and $647,600. $112,647,600. The agreement sets a floor at $110 million, so they can't continue to protest taxes, essentially, in the future.
So once this agreement is penned, then we have a stipulated amount for year one.
That's correct.
And then what happens going forward to the end of the TIF district?
Well, it's a 2.5% inflator, but I think, as I stated earlier, it's in their best interest to see the value go up from the standpoint that it helps offset their loan repayments. So there's an automatic motivator for them to see increases in value.
And what are the type of things that would drive the value up? I know these are cosmetic improvements, but talk to me about vacancy rates and rent rolls and things like that.
Right. Your assessor can speak to it better than I can, but as I understand it, assessors' market value evaluations for commercial values are driven primarily by two factors. One is the income that they derive from the leases to the tenants. So income is a factor of how much they can charge per square foot and what kind of occupancy levels they have. The second factor would be sales of comparable properties either nearby or in other similar regional malls.
So with respect to the first factor, lower vacancy rates at the mall and a higher rent roll would lead to a higher valuation.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I think clearly, if you go even one step a little more basic, the lease rates are driven ultimately by traffic in the mall. Traffic is driven hopefully by what kind of experience people have when they come to that facility.
And then I know that another part of the statute is that we show job creation. Can you talk about the specifics of that with the construction? Do you have the construction jobs that will be created in that part of the statutory requirement?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Lindgren on that specific topic.
Okay, so it's just
the answer, I think, is
net
there's
job
there's not a specific minimum job amount. It is Just that jobs will be created. They have to document that there are construction jobs that are created. There is not a requirement for long-term employment. Part of the rationale for that is I think that sometimes cities have set those goals fairly low, and then when outsiders come and look and say, you gave $5 million for 10 jobs, that's what they think the rationale was. In this particular case, I think it's been the discussion with the council that the rationale is not long-term job creation of retail jobs. It's really tax base enhancement and regional economic factors.
But a lower vacancy rate would mean more employees because you're going to have more tenants.
Absolutely.
Okay. And a $14 million project base would lead to construction jobs.
I think that's logical, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's all I have for now. Thanks.
Member Brindle, anything?
Just, I think Mr. Lindgren is going to answer my question, but Mark, you alluded to it, just trying to close the door on any possible risk, to use that word. One of the questions I had in our work session last time was, what if the worst happens and the loan can't be repaid? And that has been allowed for. And when I posed that question to Mr. Neal today, I said, I'm not seeing a stack of numbers that tells me how this is going to be repaid. And so he described it as an evergreen concept. Would you please define that for me? Or ask Mr. Lindgren.
Now we really do get to hear from Mr. Lindgren.
Mayor and council members, that is my opening line. So that's the first thing and what I was really here tonight to help you to describe. So let me do that first. I wanted to kind of talk through sort of the material additions, changes, corrections since we had our work session with you. And the first one that I really want to focus on is what I call loan security. And so again, just a reminder to all of us that if the tax increment that's generated from the parcels of land that are just the Southdale Mall is insufficient, then the next thing we have in the agreement is a promise from the mall owner, from the Simon entity, that they will repay, make up any shortfall between what the tax increment is. Okay, so there's this private promise. I think the question that we all have is, what do we do to make sure that's a good promise? And when we were talking to you before, we were talking about the idea of a letter of credit, meaning a bank makes a promise that if it was ever short, and another option would be, could there be like a second mortgage on the property? Could there be a corporate guarantee? In our negotiations with Simon, I think we came up with a fairly unique tool, but one that is probably better than all those, and that's what we're calling an evergreen letter of credit. And what it means is, in a nutshell, is that if you have this 8-year period where annual payments range from $400 in the first year to $750,000 in the last year, you will always have a promise from a bank that any time you need an amount up to $750,000, they will give it to you. So in other words, if in the first year the $400,000 couldn't be paid by the developer, the bank would pay the $400,000, and immediately you'd have another promise of $750,000. So the next year, and I don't remember what the number is, but $425 or something, if it wasn't paid, so on and so forth. So the 750 number is important because that's the highest amount of any annual payment in the final year. But this idea of evergreening it means that it is always available. It's not just a one-time number.
And the term then is 9 years for that? That's what carries it out to 9 years?
Yes, so they'll have to deliver to the city a financial vehicle, and the language of the agreement allows you to analyze and make sure that you're comfortable with the vehicle and who the provider of it is. But presumably it's this bank that says that you have a promise for up $750,000 each year through the 8-year payment cycle, 9 years.
Thank you.
If they sell the property, what is?
Well, then the loan has to be repaid.
Thank you. Yeah, I knew
Yeah,
that. I just
right,
wanted,
right.
I wanted him to say it publicly.
Sure, right, exactly. And so again, if the building is sold, the loan has to be repaid. Then the next thing I want to touch on was something that was another bad term, but what we called loan security burn-off. And what that meant is that the developer had said, okay, but if the tax increment is sufficient to make the loan payments, then we shouldn't have to keep paying a bank to have this security to you. And they had originally proposed that if there was enough tax increment for any 2-year period to pay the to make the loan payments, then this requirement for this letter of credit, a letter of credit or some form of security, could go away. What you have now is, I think, a very good compromise that also strengthens your security. It says they have to continue to maintain this $750,000 evergreen letter of credit unless, for 2 payment cycles, there's enough money to make a payment equal to 1.5 times of what the maximum debt service is. So in other words, there has to be enough tax increment out there to make 150% of $750,000 or $1,125,000 worth of tax increment. If that's the case, if that's ever there, this means that the values have risen dramatically. You're getting sufficient money to reimburse yourself, and it's a very secure situation, would be my conclusion. So I think that's a safe agreement for you to agree to. I also, switching gears from the security, I want to talk about another thing that I think is important to you as the council and to the city, and that is getting clear rights to a public transit easement. And I apologize because you've got documents even today, as we've been further negotiating up till after 6 o'clock tonight, constantly, I think, improving and giving you what is a very strong transit easement. In the last version of the agreement that we discussed together, the proposal from the developer was that the contract would say that the developer would enter into negotiations with Metro Transit, with the Metropolitan Council, and come to an agreement on the use of a transit easement. I think that, as your advisors, we've been saying all along, one of the reasons that you might be interested in giving a $250,000 loan forgiveness, as already mentioned, is because you'd be buying something that has a public purpose. And so we've always said this should be an easement. An easement is a property ownership right, just like owning a home or something like that. It's a very real piece of tangible property interest. And so the agreement now has that a transit easement will be delivered to the city. It has very specific language that allows you to fully assign all your rights and responsibilities under that easement to the Metropolitan Council as the transit operator. That's important to you because while you want to be able to use your ownership interest, you also want to make sure that you're not responsible for that transit easement, for its maintenance, for whatever happens there. And so the document's very clear that you can assign that over to Metro Transit. Specifically, we have been working diligently to make sure that we have something that works for Metro Transit, because I think your interest in providing this is to make sure it's something that will work. So we've been working closely with the representatives that are here today from Metro Transit. And in a nutshell, I think we've narrowed this document down so that it is a transit easement that remains a transit easement for as long as the center is used as a regional mall. Okay? That's an important distinction to make. If it's no longer a mall, then the property owner has a right to end it. So that I just want to make that clear to you. That's a compromise that we've reached. Again, in my opinion, that is really the driving purpose for wanting to have the transit easement, is to serve the regional mall, and you're looking at making this loan arrangement in order to enhance the viability of the regional mall. So it's a regional, or I think, a reasonable conclusion. The other thing that we say is that within 120 days, assuming you approve the redevelopment agreement and it's signed, that a final version of the transit easement has to be signed and recorded against the property. So that's well in advance of the time when the construction has to be completed and the granting of the granting of the loan proceeds would occur by the end of this year. And among the reasons that we did that is because there are still, I think, very important details to be worked out, because we have to get the transit operator involved, figuring out what their ongoing costs are going to be of maintaining this and so forth. But I want to be very clear that what the document says right now is that the agreement that is attached to the document that says I outlined it, that grants this easement, and it has to be entered into unless City and Simon agree to other changes. If for some reason that transit easement isn't recorded within 120 days, you have the right to do either or both of the following things: not forgive the $250,000 or not make the $5 million loan. So I think we've got good vehicles that say that a good transit easement will be in place. I just want to speak a moment. One of the other things that you wanted to have more assurance on is kind of what we said, the fit and finish types of things. And I don't know that I'm going to go into those because I don't think I'm the right person to necessarily describe them. But as you've probably seen, Exhibit B of the agreement now has a great deal more detail on what the actual things will be. It includes graphics and so forth. A final topic I just wanted to touch on for a minute, and it was mentioned, is the idea that in this agreement there is a business subsidy agreement. And I really wanted to dwell on that only because I think it's important in the context of providing this kind of tax increment assistance through a loan to a private company, that you understand it triggers a statutory requirement to report this as a business subsidy. That's really what this agreement is all about. And it has some annual reporting requirements. It talks about job creation, but it's a different, really, job creation requirement than the one that you will want to include in your finding, the but-for test. This is a statutory requirement. Many, many kinds of tax increment projects aren't required to meet this because the way the legislature crafted the law, there are lots of exceptions. However, we don't think that exception applies. So I just wanted to make the point that this isn't something unique that says that this is a unique kind of business subsidy. It's really kind of a matter of a course. I don't like the word form document, but that's really what it is, and it's something you're required to address because of the nature of this arrangement. As Mark mentioned, I just wanted to point out again that I think one of the things that you'll want to do when you finish the public hearing and you're considering whether to adopt the resolutions is to have a specific motion, if this is what you choose to do, to approve, to authorize the mayor and the city manager to execute the redevelopment agreement as presented in this final, or substantially consistent with this final April 17th draft. With that, those are kind of the highlights of what changed. Everything else is consistent with our previous conversations, but I'm happy to stand for any questions, Mayor.
Member Sprague.
Thank you, Mayor. So just to clarify, with the public transit easement agreement, as I read it, they have some review authority over the plans and specifications, but the incentive, obviously, is to complete that entire process within a 120-day window, or they could lose the forgivable portion or the entire portion. Is that correct?
The transit site itself is not fully designed. When the easement is recorded, it would include very specific transportation or transit improvement plans that have a great deal of specificity. Once recorded, Metro Transit can do whatever they want that's consistent with that, and the review authority of the property owner is very limited. So to answer your question directly, the negotiations will have to take place over the next 4 months. But if they don't come to agreement because Simon doesn't want that on their property, their remedy is to not accept the $5 million or not accept the $250,000 reduction, and either of those are your choice, which you want to do.
Thanks.
Other questions for Mr. Lindgren? Maybe Mr. Ruff wants to come up here too. I just want to, because we've done a lot of technical analysis here, I just want to look at the deal in its totality so folks can understand it. All right, as the council has worked on this matter, and we think about Southdale as probably the most vital piece of retail property in our community that drives so much, and it's one of the most common questions I get. What are you going to do about Southdale? So they came to us and asked for a $5 million grant. We told them, no, we're not going to give you a $5 million grant. We're going to give, but we did decide we would think about giving them a $5 million loan, interest-free. But that doesn't mean we're going to lose the interest on that, because with your help, what we creatively did was, they're in a TIF district. Any incremental increase in the value of their property would help pay this loan off. Plus, if they have the catalytic effect that we think they will have with respect to area properties around them, they are also going to now be in a TIF district. If those properties increase incrementally in value, we'll capture that increment as well to help repay not only the $250,000 on the public transit easement, but also help recover that lost interest income, which I think we get maybe about 2% a year on. And that was kind of the essence of the idea, so that when they go forward with this remodeling project, they have to spend $14 million before they get our $5 million, so that we know they did what they said they were going to do. And one other piece that we didn't really talk about is that we asked Simon if they would be willing to have us put a water treatment facility on their property, and that's something that they have agreed to. Yes. And we haven't, in the context of this agreement, attributed any value to that, but we'll be able to put a water treatment facility on that property as well, as I recall.
That's correct.
That's correct. There's an easement similar to this public transit easement, so you'll have the rights to put that water treatment. So you get another property right, Mayor.
So when you talk about the qualitative factor, what we're really thinking about, what we're making a judgment on as a council is that we're betting that the property, but for the loan, the property values wouldn't increase as much as expected. I mean, you said their property has gone down in value 32% in 5 years, and that. Not only their property, but the property around Southdale. So if they do have that catalytic effect, we could see a resurgence of property around them, as well as a resurgence in the value of their property as well. That would help us create a more vital retail district in that area, and actually serving our town and also the region. Is that correct?
I think that's definitely correct. And none of us can predict the future. I think it's fair to say that if you look at the state of retail generally, there are question marks on the horizon about what long-term retail is going to be. The fact that you can attract, and Simon is willing to make such an investment, is, I think, a great indicator that Southdale will continue to be a facility that's important to the region. But I don't want to understate the fact that you do hear dire warnings from people who say that regional malls are a thing of the past. And so there is risk in the sense of any private development and developer in them investing the money. I think what we've tried to do is mitigate the city's risk to the greatest extent possible in terms of your dollars that are involved. But I think that what you stated was very fair, Mr. Mayor, and I would just want to add that in the sense that that there's uncertainty in the world right now about what happens with retail.
All right. Now, the public transit piece. Go ahead, Mr. Lindgren. You have a follow-up?
Sorry, Mayor. I was just going to make sort of another summary statement that occurred to me that maybe wraps a couple things together. What we have here is really a sort of unique period in time. And we have to remember that we have this special legislative authority that allows you to establish this 8-year economic development district to apply to retail improvements. That is not historically an allowed use in Minnesota. You have that combination of that sort of leveraging your existing money from the Centennial Lakes District, and you really have an opportunity to use that tax increment twice to benefit the citizens, because you have that loan proceeds generating now and then being repaid. And so all these other questions that exist about what are other uses that might be allowed in the future, because I think we've designed a very secure system so that repayment will occur and hopefully allow it to occur with interest, for example, you have the opportunity to have some future uses for that funds again.
And back to the public transit piece, I think this council indicated that was an important element of this, that park and ride facility that has existed there for many years. I think it's one of the top 20 park and ride facilities in the metro, and I think we can probably hear from Adam Harrington at Metro Transit about the value this easement has relative to this proposed project or proposed loan. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. It has been a...
Could you identify yourself, please?
Adam Harrington with Metro Transit, and we've been very happy to work with both Simon and the city as part of this agreement to have a permanent location for our facility that's within a reasonable walking distance of the doors of the mall. We have a lot of customers that use our service to work at the mall or to shop at the mall, in addition to make connections between routes that serve 66 over to the Mall of America, to Uptown, down to 494 along France. And so it's been a very good process to help establish that on a permanent basis as much as possible. So we see this as a very strong asset to tie together the connection to Southdale retail, connections between services, and to the park and ride facility that's there today.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Harrington? All right. Member Bennett.
Mr. Harrington, we had some comment about apparently the agreement, which is not finalized, or is working toward being finalized, but in any event, one of the latest iterations of it is that the transit station will not remain if the mall no longer remains a mall, if the property no longer remains a mall. So it isn't really a permanent transit station. It's only permanent as long as there's a mall there, correct?
Yes, that is correct. And we look at the mall itself as a regional shopping retail center that draws that destination for our services as well. So if that transfers into something else down the road, that would mean we'd have to do something different, assuming that it was not a retail regional center.
And in terms of who uses transit and who uses the mall, we had a town hall meeting at the senior center on Saturday, and one of our council members who's very familiar with Southdale stated in that meeting that more than half of the transit users do not actually enter Southdale. So I understand that transit does get used by people who work and shop at Southdale, but is also used by a lot of people who live and work in the area. And so I guess it's not good news for me to hear that there's a tie with the easement between the transit station and the continuation of the operation of the mall itself. I'm wishing the mall well. I'm just saying that doesn't sound very permanent to me.
Yes, council member, that is a risk, and that's something that we noted as well, and something we may have further conversation about, but that's how it stands today.
Thank you.
We've got some representatives from Simon here. Manager Neal, did you want them to participate in the presentation?
Well, we do. We did not prep them to participate in the conversation, and I'll leave that to their discretion or your privilege.
Does one of you gentlemen want to come forward before we open the matter up for a public hearing? You don't have to, but you're welcome to.
Bill Hammer, and I'm here representing Simon Property Group, which is the current owner of Southdale Center. We've been very privileged to have worked with your staff, your various consultants, and with each of you over the past little over a year. And we're very grateful for the assistance, the thought that has gone into this process. This has been not the easiest of projects to get your mind around, because it's a difficult project to see, to feel, to understand. But it's a very important project for this community. Certainly, it was one of the first regional malls in the country. It has a long history. It has a long role in this community. Several years ago, as part of an acquisition, we ended up along with certain partners in ownership of this property. And as we, over time, have studied it and looked at it and other things, we've come to realize what a jewel that it is. And we believe that it can be a very important part of our portfolio. Simon Property Group is a corporation that operates not just in the United States, but also in Europe and in Asia. Some 380 some odd properties, multi-millions of square feet. But we see this as an important jewel. And there was a vision when this property was first built, and we've been able to see that vision and understand it. And part of that has come from some of the discussions we've had with you, some of the history and the other things. But our management has come also to feel that this is a very important property for our portfolio. We have, as I mentioned, some 380 properties around the world. We've named or designated about 19 of those to be transformational properties, properties which receive special consideration and are of the highest priority for our corporation. Southdale Center is one of those, one of a very select number. So it gets a lot of extra treatment when, and that means that from the president of the Simon Malls division to the president of Simon Property Group to the CEO to the board of directors, there are regular meetings, I mean monthly and sometimes bi-monthly, where we're looking at the transformational properties. And so they are very much hands-on involved in what's happening here. And that's a very important thing. It helps us when we make presentations internally to support the project. So we're grateful for the assistance. We're grateful for the questions that you have asked. I think they've been very good ones. Again, we've tried to craft something that I think will, in an uncertain time, and I think as Mr. Ruff pointed out, retail is in one of those uncertain times. It has been for the last few years. There are challenges, to be sure. The internet retailers and some of the other things that you see out there. But we've also been able to find a pretty good niche for our company. We've seen that properly nourished and correctly done retail in its more traditional sense can flourish. And we believe Southdale Center can be one of those stars in the important jewel tiara of our company. And so that's why we're here this evening. That's why we've been before you for over the last year. And we'll be seeing one another hopefully many more times as things happen here at Southdale. So again, thanks for your consideration. If there are any questions that either myself or John Phipps or Lori Van Dalen could address, we'd be happy to try to do that for you this evening.
Questions for Mr. Hammer? Okay. One quick question. You've talked to several of us on the council, maybe all of us, and you've shown me down in Indianapolis when I was there for another reason, some potential rental units that would be in the southeast corner of the property, some potential construction of apartments in that corner, and there was another developer from Indianapolis that was discussing this with you. What's the status of that discussion?
Well, we did, over time, present the notion of some additional residential over in that corner. First of all, to make sure that that was something that the city thought made sense. The feedback that we had was positive. We have been continuing to have discussions with not only the development group from Indianapolis, but several other groups that we deal with from around the country. And hopefully we'll have a very interesting proposal for the development of that corner, I should say, because it's a parking lot. I guess you're not technically redeveloping, but that continues to move ahead. We feel there is market support for it, and that will be one of the next important things that we will be looking at for this property. Again, we think that more in the, if you really go to the European type of setting where you have retail close to where you work, close to where you live, they all function together. And we think that we've had some very good success with retail and residential next to each other, and they've worked well, and there's a good synergy. And so I think this that corner is a very good one. It's a very high on our priority list to do. We have our internal coordinator that is responsible for those projects, and Southdale is right at the top of his list. And in fact, I was in a meeting yesterday where that discussion was ongoing. So it continues, and hopefully we'll have something very good to report to you shortly.
And so how important is the complete refurbishment of Southdale to continuing discussions of this nature about residential housing in the southeast corner?
Well, they all fit together. It's a fabric, if you will. I think that Southdale, if it's properly redone so that it becomes an attractive retail center and is brought to its fullest realization, that only enhances the need for residential next to it, only makes that residential more desirable. And one of the visions that we have long had for Southdale is to bring it back to the feel that it had before, so that when you walk in there, not that you necessarily have the nostalgic feel, but you feel like you've been there, and you feel like it's an important part of it. And that's really where we're trying to go. That's why people like David Contis, who is president of the Simon Malls division, has been up here and has taken so much of a personal hand in all of this, because he feels and sees that vision. But again, it's a property that does have a few years on it, and we need to bring it and make it fresh so that it's also appealing to the retailers that are out there in the world today. You've got to remember that 2008 and 2009 were terrible years for the retail community. And we're still seeing some of the repercussions of that. A lot of retailers failed during that time period. We're still seeing retailers that are having some trouble. The Best Buy that's located nearby here, is hitting one of those rough patches, and hopefully they'll find their way through it. But the retailers that are thriving these days are ones that are looking for a little different mechanism, a little different venue, if you will. In the past, for example, department stores were quite large, and a lot of their space was dedicated to having on-site storage for the goods and services that they sold. Nowadays, they don't need that much size, and the same thing with the regular retailers that are in the mall itself. As you swipe the credit card or ring up each sale, that goes into a computer that goes into the supply system, so that from a warehouse, the goods that are needed for the next day can literally be delivered. Kind of goes back to the concept that was developed in the auto industry of just-in-time inventory types of system. But what it means is we've seen over time a retailer whose, and department store is probably one of the best models of it, that might have had a 200,000 square foot model, went to 150, and many of them are operating out of 120,000 square feet because, again, they've done away with the storage, those kind of things, and yet are as productive in terms of sales per square foot, and even more so out of somewhat smaller space. And we're seeing the same thing happen with our mall shop retailers. And so one of the processes that John Phipps has been going through is making sure that as we reconfigure space over there, it's in the size that is attractive to those retailers that have survived over the last few years. I can kind of go back to the old survival of the fittest, but they've developed models that work. And we want to accommodate that because, again, we're trying to upgrade and to improve the retail base that we have up there. Of late, you've seen a couple of new stores open, some nice fashion names, great new department store that's come in. And again, we want to keep that momentum moving. And as that momentum moves, things like the residential get swept along with it. They become part of a tide that moves that way.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Hammer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of the council, for your consideration this evening.
All right, I'm going to open this matter up for a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to come forward and comment or inquire regarding this particular matter? And please remember, you'll have 3 minutes, and you'll get the yellow light as a forewarning that your testimony needs to be wrapped up. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and testify?
Hello, Janie Weston, 6136 Brookview Avenue. I'm literally 1 mile exactly from doorstep into south side of Southdale. My husband and I often walk, bike, and drive to Southdale or the Southdale area. One thing that I think needs to be considered, along with a transit station, if it does in fact happen, Southdale is about the worst place in the city as far as a retail area, as far as walkability and bikeability. There are no sidewalks going around the perimeter of the Southdale whole area from 66 to France to 69th and York. There's one very, very short stretch on the north side, but that's it. If you want to encourage people that would be using a transit station to not even have to park their cars there and to be able to bike there or walk there, these would be absolutely necessary. It is the most dangerous place to try and walk to the door of. And I don't feel safe parking a bike at Southdale. Bike lockers would be an excellent thing to include in that. It would help draw more people in, frankly. I mean, if I could walk to the door more easily, I'd spend more time there. So,
good. Thanks
that's
for
my
your
input.
comment.
Your Honor, I did want to note for the council that we did today, this afternoon actually, receive a memo from Hennepin County, and it's part of the material that's in front of you, outlining their position on the proposal. It's a one-page statement, and the relevant piece of it is this TIF district satisfies the preference of the Hennepin County Board of Commissioners for the use of tax increment financing as identified in Resolution 92-10-017R1 adopted on October 27, 1992, because the focus is on redevelopment projects, creation of jobs, and it will result in increased employment. And they wanted us to note that for the public record.
Neil. Anyone else? All right. Is there a motion to close the public hearing? Just a minute. That's okay. You're okay. Is there a second? Discussion. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Mayor, similar to the comments that Manager Neal mentioned, I did want the council to be aware that the Edina School District did request that we come before them, make a presentation, give them an outline. As you are aware, this district lies in 2 school districts, the Richfield School District and the Edina School District, but I'm not aware that the school district made any comments formally, but they did ask for a presentation, and we did make that presentation as well.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Ruff. All right. Do we have a motion with regard to these particular resolutions, 2012-58, 66, and 67, including an authorization for the mayor and the city manager to execute a redevelopment agreement?
I have so moved.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion? And say again?
Did you ask her?
I did. Go ahead.
I would just like to say that I respect my colleagues enormously, and sometimes we have differences of opinions on things, and I think tonight's going to be one of those nights. I very much acknowledge the importance of Southdale to the city historically and as a place of employment and shopping and enjoyment for a lot of residents. And I know that there is a lot of concern in the community, as the mayor mentioned earlier, about what has happened with Southdale lately. I also appreciate and want to commend how hard people have worked on this. We just had contract revisions put in front of us at the desk this evening, so you know that people are continuing to work on it. However, my responsibility is to the taxpayers of Edina and how I vote to use public money. There was some reference earlier to what we can and can't use TIF money on, and actually we've got quite a bit of it accounted for in our HRA already, as well as there's a potential use at the Grandview area, and you saw and heard, many of you saw the vision for that area that hopefully will get realized into plans, and there is a public component to that as well. But just what's already in our capital improvement budget, $200,000 for 2012 for the France Avenue corridor improvements. In the year 2013, we have a tentative commitment of $1 million for the France Avenue crossings to match that federal money, and in addition, $2 million to complete the promenade, not park improvements, but transportation improvements. And finally, in 2016, as a placeholder, but we don't know if money will be forthcoming from the state or federal government. So in our CIP for the year 2016, we have $16 million tentatively earmarked for a bridge, a France Avenue bridge over Crosstown, and I had a call about that last week. There is, I think, the public purpose in this of the transit station, which has been discussed briefly, and also the water treatment facility. And one phase of this that did not get discussed tonight is that in between the request for a grant and this matter this evening, the discussion this evening, the council did request discussion on actually a purchase of land from Simon on which a water treatment facility could be constructed and a transit station that didn't have a temporary nature to it, however temporal that is, and we hope it isn't. But as someone said earlier, we are in a period of change. So that was declined, and now we are where we are. And I guess, in my feeling, there are things that are public responsibilities and public purposes and things that are not. And so I believe I am going to differ from my colleagues in a vote.
Thank you. Member Swenson, and then Member Sprague.
This is year 8 for me serving on the council, and I think every year I have heard, what are you going to do about Southdale? And that started as just a very quiet thing, but as Southdale seemed to slide down the hills, it became more and more, and it even was mentioned when we did a survey of our residents recently. Southdale was mentioned as a major concern for them. I went shopping at, I hate to do this to another suburb, but Knollwood today, and it's very sad. And as I walked through it, it's not a Southdale kind of mall, but it's still a mall. It's still been vibrant. It's been around for a long time. And I thought, I think this is really what our community is worried about. They don't want to go to a spot where it can't recover. So I'm going to support this. I would not have supported it as a grant. I see this as a loan that's going to be repaid, and I see it as money that we're going to be able to reinvest in other things in our city. But I think it's really important right now that we take care and help this mall become what it used to be. So I'm going to support it.
Thank you. Member Sprague.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, as you all may recall, I ran for office in 2008 and 2010, and that lady down there beat me in 2008. But both times I walked the city and knocked doors, Southdale was the most frequent topic of interest. And so I feel a definite obligation to be part of its renaissance. It's been interesting to watch the development of this agreement. It's happened very organically. It happened over time. It was measured. And I think in the end, being in a business of making agreements, you want something that's beneficial to both sides. We talked about that with the PUD review on the Lund site. And here I see much benefit for the city of Edina. We have on tonight's agenda the ability to reinvest in all three of our economic hubs, as I call them, Grandview District, Southdale, and 50th and France. And Southdale, being our largest commercial property, obviously is very directly important to the population. The direct benefits of this arrangement is obviously for the immediate employment on the $14 million project. The stipulated assessment amount, where as I read through our tax literature tonight, it's very expensive for the city to fight the appeal process, to be part of that. So that cost is eliminated, that headache is eliminated, and now we can stipulate a value going forward. The long-term benefits obviously are when retailers want to come back to this place because it's a beautiful place, it's an aesthetically pleasing place. It's a positive place for shoppers to congregate. That means the vacancy rates are going to go down, occupancy will increase, they're going to get higher rents, and therefore the value of the parcel will go up. It's income stream. That's how commercial properties are valued. So that's going to benefit us after the 9-year term is over. I very well anticipate that we will have a higher valued property, and therefore all the tax revenue that comes from that will benefit the citizens of Edina. In addition, this agreement allows us to catalyze the private equity of Simon, both in terms of the timing and the amount. I think originally it was $7 million they were going to reinvest. Now we're getting 14 to 15 million out of the deal for the mall, for the community. And we also will have the improvements started by June of this year. So those are two very important benefits, and that's part of why the legislature, in its ultimate wisdom, decided to authorize this type of a stimulus TIF use. I understand that we compete in this game with other malls around the country. There's a capital committee. They're trying to cut deals with other municipalities, and I feel that the deal that has been struck is enough, just enough to catalyze the private equity and the redevelopment of the parcel, kind of placehold our money and hopefully return it with interest in 9 years, and leave the Southdale off better, leave the Ring properties off in a better place, and then we will still have that money that we will have not spent in the interim and can use for other public infrastructure improvements. I also like the incentives in the deal that obviously make Simon, the greater that their ability to make this mall successful, the less their loan balance becomes, and that's a good business incentive to have for them to perform. And then along with the incentives to get the transit station designed and approved within the stipulated 120 days. So I like the incentives within that as well. And then finally, there's been talk about Simon it's a very successful company, it has money, yes, it has financial means, but if I'm going to take a risk and partner with an operator, I don't want to take the worst operator that's not making money. I want to take an operator that has a proven track record of success. That mitigates my risk, the city's risk, that in 9 years from now there won't be a mall. And as I look over the financial acumen of Simon, I've looked at the stock charts and the information, the public information available. I'm confident that this is the right partner to make this a successful deal for everyone involved, and that's why I would support the motion.
Thank you. Member Brindle.
Thank you. Mark Ruff, you mentioned earlier that Southdale is the economic engine of the area, and that's why the area developed the way it is because Southdale in the 1960s, mid-1950s, was the first thing in the area. And around it, because of its success, grew this massive commercial area. And going back to about 2000, Southdale hit some hard times. It had a new owner every couple of years, and during that time, it did not improve. As a matter of fact, we were telling our kids, no, you can't go to Southdale. And that was probably the worst thing we could have done from an economic standpoint for Southdale, but we were looking at a piece of property that we were afraid of in what it was becoming. So in comes Simon buying Mills, and the Mills deal, I can only imagine, was big enough that here they are with a stack of malls that they get in the midst of Mills. So as they're opening the box of what they've just purchased, they find, as they called it, this jewel, which to us is a jewel. So I'm really glad they feel that way, because it's really important to me that we approve this tonight. And I'm just wiggling here because I'm so excited that we're going to vote yes, most of us anyway. So, so that's all I'll say.
Well, you can't top that. Let's we make judgments on things. I think this is something that our city needs to have us do, and we're going to be better for it. It's going to make us stronger, a better and better Edina. It's already a great place, and this is going to make it an even stronger place. And I'm sick and tired of hearing people say they're going to Eden Prairie Mall or the Mall of America. This is going to give us a chance to help Simon restore this to its former glory. You can't help but hearken back to those days in the mid-'50s when the Dayton brothers stood in that field out there and said, hey, what do you think about indoor shopping? Climate-controlled environment, all these stores inside. We got a chance to reinvent this thing, help them reinvent this thing. The renderings that they have, they got a book about this thick of what's going to happen out there. And we're going to be an instrumental part of making that happen. We're going to get our money back. We're going to be able to do a two-bagger, as our attorney said. We're going to use this money now. We're going to get this business reestablished. We're going to get it back, and we're going to use it again. And it's a fabulous opportunity for us. So let's vote. All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed say nay.
Nay.
Carried.
I am very interested in that transit easement, and I'm very interested that it get done in the time allowed. So my support for this is predicated on that.
All right.
Very good.
And,
Thank you.
and we're going to excuse our attorney and our financial advisor. We have an HRA action later on. And Mr. Harrington, I don't think we're going to need you either. You're sure welcome to stay until midnight if you want to. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. All right. We're moving on to the next public hearing matter. I've got my agenda here somewhere. Here it is. And that is the proposed structure and streetscape improvements at 50th and France. And Director Houle has this matter.
Tonight we have a public hearing for the improvements of 50th and France parking structure and streetscape improvements. Improvement numbers A242, P21, and P22. This public hearing is actually being held under the auspices of the Chapter 429 of state statutes for special assessments. The project area that we're looking at essentially encompasses 50th and France maintenance area, West 51st Street to the south, France Avenue to the east, West 49th and a half Street to the north, and Halifax to the west. The project need, there's two, like I say, there's two components here, the streetscapes components, and then there's the parking structure component. For the streetscapes, as you're probably well aware of, is our paver conditions down in the corner. are deteriorating, and they're deteriorating essentially from the bottom up for the most part. The brick or concrete pavers that were put in about 20 to 30 years ago were actually produced in a different quality control climate than that we have today, so they don't take into account the chlorides and the freeze-thaw cycle of the new concrete pavers that are put out today. The landscaping is a lot of the trees have reached their full maturity. As you can see, the photo on the left here, it's pretty much outgrown the tree well that it's had. On the right side is actually an older photo of the planters along West 50th Street. Those we actually redid in about a year and a half to 2 years ago, and put a new planting materials in there, put in some sort of manual irrigation with anticipation that we would have a full irrigation system coming in the future. The parking structures, this graphic just shows when I refer to the names of the north, middle, and south, is the south parking structure is located off of West 51st Street. The north one is on the north side of 49th and Half Street, and the middle one is on the south side of 49th and Half Street. The parking structures were constructed, the north ramp in 1991. We had an addition late 1990s, early 2000. And then the middle ramp was built in 1975. The photo that you see on the left is along 49th and Half Street, and the photo on the right is the pedestrian walkway that's on the south side of the ramp. The south ramp was started construction in 1969. There have been many additions since then. This photo on the left side is actually taken off of West 51st Street, and then we have the pedestrian walkway that brings you out to France Avenue on the east side, and then on the north side is the pedestrian walkway that brings you off of West 50th Street. The total parking spaces available down in the corner, and this includes all the surface lots and private parking, is around 1,300 vehicles or stalls. Back in 2007, 2008, we actually started had Walker Parking do a shared parking model of the corner to see what the actual demand is for the corner during peak events. We updated in 2010, and what it came up with is around 1,500, approximately 200 more spaces that were required. The recommended project for the streetscapes is to replace the concrete pavers where needed, not do a wholesale change out of the pavers. There is a graphic in your packet that's shown on the right side here, a larger size, that does show the areas that we anticipate changing out the pavers. There's a couple areas that we've done since 2000, well actually last year, 2010, that we actually up on the Walgreens area that was getting so bad that we just replaced the entire area. And then in front of rice paper on the corners that we replaced those before they put in their patio. Another component is to replace the trees and planting materials where needed, install new irrigation to the tree wells and landscape areas. The way that we're proposing to do that is a directional drill process, so we're not ripping up all the sidewalk to get the irrigation lines, and what that would entail is putting an oversized conduit, so the irrigation would just be a small part of that conduit, and we'd be able to add other items in that conduit in the future. And then the last bullet item is to install seasonal lighting poles if successful with the Edina Rotary Grant. Staff and the 50th and France Business Association applied for a Rotary Grant, and we just pitched the Rotary last week for seasonal lighting. And what that would entail is putting seasonal lighting over 50th Street, kind of drape it over 50th Street between Halifax and France. And what these poles would be is to hold up the lighting that you would have in that area. That would actually, if we weren't successful at the Rotary Grant, that those poles would actually go away. The recommended project for the parking structures is to add a vehicle counting and guidance system to all three ramps. What that helps out is not only for the customers that are going to the ramps is that they can see if the ramp is full, but it would direct them to another ramp. And what it does in other communities, for instance, in the San Francisco area, is actually reduced down the congestion level within the business district of people circling around looking for parking spaces. We are proposing a new 6-level middle ramp. So it'd be a tear-down rebuild of the middle ramp, and I'll get into some site plans in a second. And then the south ramp, restore the south ramp to include 2 pedestrian elevators, an enhanced facade at the France Avenue pedestrian alleyway, basically the redo of the trash room, trying to get the compactor inside, structural restoration, relighting of the ramps. Actually, both ramps we're looking at. The new lighting is to put LED lights in for both of the ramps, and replacement of the internal drain system in the south ramp. The internal drain system is what catches the runoff from the vehicles when they come in from the rain and such, and those pipes are just deteriorating and absolutely terrible. Part of the restoration is also to paint the interior of the south ramp. So when they're done with the south ramp, that it would look virtually new. The middle ramp is the site plan that we're looking at is to have two-way traffic in the middle ramp. What this will do is give us an opportunity to correct what I see as a safety issue. Where my cursor is on the left side here there's a crosswalk that goes over to the bank. Right now the circulation in the surface lot is that it's an outbound traffic. And a lot of times if people are sitting here making a left turn, you have vehicles coming up around 49th and a half Street. So it makes it pretty unsafe that they're looking backwards, they're not seeing people entering the crosswalk. So this would give us an opportunity to clean this up, possibly put a right turn only. People coming westbound would be able to enter the surface lot, and then people that are exiting would be able to exit off of 49th and a half Street, either to the left or to the right. The other item that I do not show on the graphics here is to add islands. There's a continuous center turn lane along 49th and a half Street, but to add planting vegetative islands along the areas that we do not need that center turn lane to kind of soften that corridor. The ramp itself, there's some other opportunities in rebuilding the ramp. One is to update the trash and recycle rooms. If you enter off of 49th and a half Street, one of the first things that a customer sees is our nice recycling containers for that. So we want to get that into some small rooms so that we can the businesses in this area can deposit those, and we can take care of that without the general public seeing it. There's also a trash room that's located on the west side currently, is to get that further away and put that in an area where the customers aren't walking by the front door of that trash room. The pedestrian movements in the ramps itself is this crosswalk up on the north side comes from the north ramp. The pedestrians would walk through this way. This area here would be like a raised speed table, almost like a plaza type thing, that would basically stop the vehicles so that the pedestrians could walk across that area. This whole wall system would be wide open, so the visibility would be there for the pedestrians crossing that area. Like I say, two-way traffic. It would be van accessible for ADA on the lower level here. They would flank the two lower corners with new stairwells, and then we'd have elevators and a stairwell in the center portion. And actually, it would be looking at what the sixth level is, 2 elevators. As you're driving up the ramp, it would be two-way traffic. So you're unlike the ramp that you have today. You kind of have to spiral up and then spiral back down to get in and out of the ramp. Is that the customer would come in, find a space, back out, go back out the same way without spiraling all the way up and then spiraling all the way down on the ramp itself. The upper level, once they get up to the top, they would turn around and come back down. The elevations of the ramp itself would be basically a precast type facade. I do have our architects here and our structural engineers and our landscape architects here, and I'll introduce them in a minute. But they can come up and talk a little bit more if you'd like about the actual treatments of the ramp itself. Keep in mind that this does go through the planning commission process. So at that point is when those elements actually are displayed on boards and stuff. And I look at this as kind of a project hearing and possibly a sketch plan review or concept plan review. The lower portion here, the north elevation, is actually shown at 6 levels. The other elevations are shown at 5 levels. We were kind of batting around the 5 or 6 levels, and then we came up with the idea on the south ramp is not to extend the south ramp out. And there's actually contract parking on the lower part that has 88 spaces, is to make that public spaces, and then go up to the 6th level on the center ramp itself. So the dash line that you see on these elevations is actually at the 6th level area or height. The south ramp, as I say, is we looked at different options on this to add parking to it. Some of the options were to extend it out towards 51st Street. What that did was actually add a pretty expensive parking stalls. When we took into account to have a kind of a boulevard, landscape boulevard area where we push the face of the parking ramp back about 9 feet, this parking stalls became over $100,000 a piece to build those parking stalls. So that's why we kind of changed direction and looked at going up on the middle ramp. The south ramp, like I say, would be restored. We would look at remodeling this trash room. Right now, as a pedestrian comes down, the north is to your left. As a pedestrian is coming down the stairwells going out towards France Avenue, what they see is a compactor. What we're trying to do with this project is to get that into a trash room, so it'd be what you would see is an overhead door essentially there that would go up and down with it. We'd have a new stair core and an elevator up in the northeast area here. And then in the center part of the ramp is that we would cut in a new elevator and stair tower. And what that does is it gives the pedestrians that are transversing through the ramp, because there's an elevation difference between this side of the ramp and this other side as you're driving up the ramp, an ability to use an elevator to get out to France Avenue. So it's purely a convenience type elevator. We'd also look at, like I say, the replacement of the internal drains and the structural restoration. This is kind of a brief view of the east facade along the alleyways that we would enhance the pedestrian area. So if you recall the photo that I had before, is that as you're looking down that alleyway, is that you'd see a nice entrance for the pedestrians. And then on the corner, up in the corner area where the new stair and elevator tower would go, next to the theater and next to the buildings to the west, is that you would see a nice glass bank and an elevator and stair core tower there. And this is the area here with the 2 overhead doors where the compactor sits out there today, that would push that back. The project costs, we're looking at streetscape improvements of $620,000, parking structure improvements of about $10.2 million, the project soft costs, which are your design fees, your material testing fees. The other part of that is we'd be looking at a PR piece to this, public relations piece, so that we'd have people out, a person out on the site during the construction, so that they can be answering questions. We'd have either a storefront or some type of a trailer somewhere that they could be housed out of. So we'd hit the PR person and the construction observers out in the field. They would use all the social media and everything else to keep the customers informed. Because the last thing that we want to do is to have the construction occur and then people not come down to the corner to shop during construction. So our whole goal is to maintain the customer base that the tenants have through the construction. One way of doing that is, in the $1 million, is we also have a shuttle piece for the employees that we would set up some remote lots, and we'd actually have a shuttle system so that the north ramp where the majority of the employees park today is that we would have that as public parking and then be able to shuttle people from remote lots. And one of the remote lots we were thinking of is the old Public Works site. This would be a 2013 project, so we're looking at utilizing the parking lot over there to shuttle people in, and then maybe a couple lots in between somewhere. Working with Metro Transit also to see if we can't shuttle people in from the Southdale lots or somewhere else in the community. The funding for this project, like I say, is through the 429 process of special assessments. The total assessable square feet is 355,000 square feet. The project cost is $11,969,000. The cost per square foot is $33.628 per square foot. The project cost does not include the cost of bonds and interest to borrow money during the construction phase of the project right now. Usually on these project hearings, I don't get into the financing portion, but this is so important on this because one of the goals that we have is that we're looking at a 20-year repayment for it, and then also have to not exceed the $2 per square foot on an average for the repayments. So Mark Ruff with Ellers has actually given us 4 different options that we can consider. I'm sure there's many more, but to consider as far as the repayments of that. One is the city general obligation bond only, and have right now the current market rates for a 15-year debt are about 2.5% and 3% for a 20-year debt. Number 2 would be the option would be the city GO bonds and a 0% loan from the Centennial Lakes TIF district, with the TIF repaid faster than the GO bond to enable TIF dollars to be spent on other activities in the city earlier. The payments on the GO bond are interest only until the 0% loan is repaid. The third option would be to have the city of GO bonds and a 0% loan from the Centennial Lakes Tax Increment Financing District amortized equally. This option yields the most proceeds for the project, but it does delay the return of TIF to the Centennial Lakes TIF District for up to 20 years. The fourth option would be of an internal loan only, could also be considered, or a mixture of a loan and grant from the TIF District. As you can see, this isn't my field of expertise, so that's why I'm reading that word for word. So if you have questions on that, we can ask Mark to come up and talk a little bit further about those. The schedule itself is some of the caveats that we have on the schedule as we go out with the design documents is one is have no construction during the holiday shopping time, meaning from mid-October to January and during the art fair. The art fair is a given. No contractor that usually does work at the corner. Usually they pull up for the art fair because it's just too difficult to get in and out of there. The construction of the ramps will be phased. What that means is that we're minimizing the parking spaces during construction. So the restoration portion is that we don't want the south ramp. We don't want the whole south ramp under full restorations. That will just take portions of that to restore it. So we minimize the parking loss on that ramp. And then, like I say, the off-site shuttling of employees during the demolition and construction of the middle ramp. The schedule itself, being that this is a more site-specific, is that we need to go through the Planning Commission for site plan, for the site plan review and variances, including a comp plan amendment, due to the height of the middle ramp and then setbacks of the middle ramp also. So if you were to go forward with the project tonight, on May 2nd, we would submit our application to the Planning Commission for a May 23rd Planning Commission meeting. And then this would come back, if the Planning Commission were to approve it, it would come back to the City Council on June 5th, and then we would be looking at a bid opening of a July 24th for the structures. We're hoping that we can bid out the streetscape projects separately than the parking ramp structures, so we can get that project underway in August. And then construction start, like say, late summer of 2012, and construction complete late summer of 2014, with the final assessment hearing the fall of 2014. With that, I'll take any questions, but I need to introduce our team. We have Steve Oliver with Mohegan Hansen. He's the architect with Mohegan Hansen. Scott Froming with Walker Parking. Mark Hansen with Mohegan Hansen, and then way back in the corner hiding is Tom Harrington with Kimley Horn, who's our landscape architect. So the whole team's here tonight. If you have any questions for any one of us, we'd be happy to answer them.
Questions? Go ahead, Member Bennett.
Thank you. Director Houle, was there any thought given to a lower level on that middle parking structure? What would be the additional cost of bringing one level below ground and then 5 levels above ground, given the mass of the proposed structure?
Yep. We did talk about going below ground early on in our conversations, actually going a couple levels below ground. And I think what I'll do is have Scott come up and talk a little bit about what that does to the cost as you're going downward.
Hi, my name is Scott Fremming with Walker Parking Consultants. We did look early on going underground. Typically in the parking world, going underground will be more expensive than going up in the air. A typical cost for up in the air is approximately $14,000 to $15,000 per stall. Below grade, you'd be looking at approximately $25,000 per stall below grade. So it would be about a several $100,000 to $1 million add to the project.
Thank you.
Member Sprague, excuse me.
Thank you. Director Houle, in terms of the phasing, I'm looking at the construction schedule and trying to understand which ramp is going first and how that's going to be controlled, because I thought there was some desire on the part of the businesses to have it kind of year one outside of that fourth quarter, and then year two, maybe it's January of one year and January of the next, and it's not synchronizing with what I'm seeing here.
What, as far as the phasing goes, is what we'd be anticipating is the middle ramp is to start in January to knock down the middle ramp, and then build that within the 5 to 6 month range in that period there, and then finish off the elevators and those items, and then at the same time start preparing the site on the south ramp where you're not taking the spaces away. So this, like I say, is a conceptual project schedule. There'll be some milestones, some substantial completion dates that will be put in the bid documents, and then as a general contractor would come on board, is that we would work with them to come up with a better schedule, more defined schedule.
But basically, it's summer of 2012 preps for the beginning of 2013 to start in the middle ramp, and then summer of 2013 preps for the start of the south ramp in the beginning of 2014.
That's right. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Any discussion with our marketing department, the chamber, and so on about a business mitigation plan? How are we going to let the public know the phasing and where they need to go? And I'm concerned about the business interruption to the district. Yep. And that it's handled sufficiently.
Yep. We've had conversations. Jennifer and I have had lots of conversations as far as how we handle getting the word out to the business community, getting the word out to their customers, so that people do know where to go. And part of it is we have a lot of tools that are at our fingertips. You know, the city extras. We have be able to use Facebook. Tweeting, Twitter, and those types of items. So we would actually come up with a really good plan prior to knocking down the ramp that we would be sharing with the 50th in France Business Association. They're right at it with us too, is to market this and to make sure that people do know where to come in to park down on the corner.
And I would hope that mitigation plan would include the tenants as well as the business owners.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's some of the most important folks out there is the tenants that are generating the revenues to pay for these projects.
And then in terms of the pedestrian egress and ingress from the south ramp, how are we handling? There's a nice little walkway right now that goes along I think it's the Salou building. Are there any enhancements to that connection to France? Because that seems like a very nice, pleasant connector that we could do something with when we're taking care of the ramp.
Yep. One of the items, if I can go back to the PowerPoint. This area here, right in the middle of the ramp, would be to put a new facade to enhance the entrance to that pedestrian area. The other item is that the little box here is actually the top of the elevator and stairwell area, is to enhance that crosswalk, because as people are coming into the ramp, that becomes similar to on the middle ramp, where we anticipate people at ingress and egress on the middle ramp, is that this is the same type of situation, as that people are crossing that travelway. So we would enhance that travelway with an enhanced crosswalk, maybe an in-roadway light type lighting that we have in Hazelton, so that as a person is coming across there, that it would light up and people would have to stop for people in that crosswalk. But our goal is to really enhance this area here and then enhance the corner also.
What about the walkway, though, between France and the ramp that goes along Salut? Are there any scheduled improvements to make that a more pleasant connector?
Right now, we didn't really talk about that. I guess I would be interested in some ideas, maybe more offline ideas of what we could do to improve that area, because it is all brand new pavers in that area. But it's not right now. It's not part of the plan to add anything to that walkway.
Okay, maybe that's something that could be discussed when you meet with the tenants as well, about trying to enhance the connection, because to me it seems like there's a lot of foot traffic that comes through there.
There is, yep.
Maybe it's not hard construction, maybe it's soft planting, something else other than pavers. That's all I have.
Member Brindle and then Member Swenson.
In your PowerPoint, since you're there, would you please go to recommended project middle ramp? That one.
That one there, okay.
So the ramp doesn't cover the whole parking area. There's the surface lot. Why can't the ramp extend over the surface lot?
Early on, when we were looking at the concepts late last summer, going into the fall, is that we looked at some different options of going across the surface lot, actually even going up to have a clear area of a couple stories, almost 20-some feet of a clear area. And the consensus of the group was not to extend the ramp all the way over the surface lot itself, because what it does is it actually blocks off a lot of the retail fronts along the Edina 50 building itself. So that
The
was
current
one
building
thing.
blocks the retail and restaurants that are behind the ramp. It would be no different.
I'm not disagreeing, but I'm telling you what the conversation was with the property owners when we did bring that up, is that they weren't supportive of bringing the ramp all the way across.
Right.
Yep.
Well,
Yep.
I think it's a missed opportunity. I think it's a mistake to not do that. So that's something I would be looking for.
The one thing to keep in mind is that if you were to extend that out, is that you'd lose, if you see my cursor coming through here, is that you would lose a row parking. I'm not sure how much that actual parking would be lost by extending that out. The other thing is that in the future, with the proposed design here, is you easily could do an addition of a ramp out towards the surface area if you had more demand for parking in the future.
Why would you lose parking places? Because you'd want it to be one.
Yeah, what you would lose if you look at the ramp is if you have two-way traffic on the ramp, is this row of parking is that you would lose. You wouldn't have the efficiency of a parking ramp of extending it out. So we'd have to look at possibly a different design as you're extending it out for either angled parking or something else to get, with the parking stalls banked off the aisleways on both sides, is what I'm saying.
I'm not seeing what you're saying, but we can take that offline later on. I just would like to use that space.
Right.
Member Swenson.
So each level is about 98 stalls, it looks like, if I do the math.
Correct.
Is the comp plan approved 5 levels, or do we have to go for comp plan change at 5 levels too?
Maybe Kerry could comment on that.
The comprehensive plan contemplates number of stories for a building or feet. So the maximum height would be 48 feet. So anytime we go above the 48 feet, no matter how many levels it is, it requires the comp plan amendment.
So you know the number of feet it takes to do 5 levels. Is that over 48 feet, I assume?
5 levels would be under the 48-foot limit.
Okay. It looks like if I do the worst-case scenario on the math, it's probably about $10,000 extra a stall to go 1 level lower, correct?
That's correct.
And is that math then tell me that it's for 98 stalls, it's $980,000?
Generally, yes.
So almost $1 million more to go 1 level below, but to keep the height at where the current comp plan is.
Correct.
The timeline, if you do the middle ramp, do you have to keep it closed through the construction of the elevator, or can you build the stairs? Can you get a permit to open it without the elevator working?
Typically, you will not open the facility without the operation of the elevator. You may be allowed to use 1 or 2 levels. It's a precast facility, so the construction would be demolishing the existing building early part of January, then go directly into reconstructing the new building and the stair towers at the same time. So usually you would deliver that elevator right at the end of the project. You may get partial occupancy a month or so before final complete occupancy.
Okay. So is it 6 months to rebuild this?
I would say it is about 8 months,
Okay.
approximately. You may get some partial occupancy in 7 months.
Okay. If you go down 1 story, does it take longer to build it?
I would anticipate it would be a longer duration, a month and a half possibly.
Okay. And what I see on that surface lot is it doesn't have the same width as the current space has because you need the separation between the building and the lot, and you're only getting 26 spaces right now, but if you needed that separation because the buildings come out farther, you actually have a very awkward plan without a whole lot of space gained, is what I see on that 2nd floor.
That's correct. If you do an addition over what I would call the surface lot, the Clancy lot, you have 2 drive aisles with only 3 parking bays, so it's a lesser efficient layout for parking.
Okay.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions. How do we deal with the proposals that you've got? I know you talked about this in the sense that it's a bit like sketch plan review. So when I look at the proposed skin on the ramp, or the middle ramp, it makes me think of Twin Cities Orthopedics, and I don't think that skin works at all in that spot. So is our action tonight approving a skin for the exterior of the middle ramp?
Yes, what I see is looking at what the concepts are here and approving either what we have or discuss what you might want to see on that. I could probably have Mark Hansen or Steve come up and talk a little bit more about what they anticipate on the outside of the ramp itself.
Yeah, well, Mark, okay. I mean, Mark did a great job on Twin Cities Orthopedics, but I think it's far too ponderous for that middle ramp, regardless of its height. So the other thing I want to talk about is there's a lot of folks living just south of the south ramp, and this seems to me like a good opportunity to have a discussion about what about a skin on the south side of the south ramp so that they're not looking into parking bays, but we look at whether or not we could do something there that was potentially more appropriate and in terms of a screening device. So Mark, come on up, or Steve, I guess it is.
If you want to talk off of this one here or not.
You want me to touch on the middle ramp?
Yeah.
Hi, Steve Oliver with Mohagan Hansen Architectural Group. If we just step back to the middle ramp, really what we wanted to do with these elevations first was just quantify a level of quality or detail, and specifically that we would try to treat the parking ramp as something other than a parking ramp with the skin that's added to it. So the approach is really to start with a structural frame that Walker's put together and apply a skin to it. That skin can take on many different configurations, and certainly we're open to feedback about what people think is appropriate for the neighborhood, what the city would like to see. But again, establishing a level of quality was really the primary intent here. And then...
I like that idea. I think the council does too. I mean, that's what we did. We've been doing other places, including Twin Cities Orthopedics, including down at Centennial Lake Shops. You know, we've masked the parking, but to me, it doesn't seem appropriate for this location to use that type of a skin. So,
But you do want to mask it.
but I do want a skin on it.
Certainly. So I think there's a lot of latitude there to look at options with the quality level that's been established here.
Some of the things you did in some of your drawings, I mean, you picked up some of the features, for example, of the Edina Theater sign. At least that was my sense of it, and it had a lighter, more artistic sort of flair to it.
Yeah, you're thinking of some of the earlier options for cladding
some of the earlier
existing
options.
ramp. Right, right.
You know, and it seemed to me that some of those ideas would have been good on the south ramp too, on the south side of the south ramp.
Certainly. Yeah, I think we're open to exploring that, moving laterally within the quality level that's been established.
But what I don't want to be doing is, if we decide to go forward tonight, saying put that skin on the ramp. I mean, to me, it's something that needs more discussion, whether it's by the council, by the planning commission, by the people down there that are paying for it. You know, we're in this odd situation where the owners of properties down at 50th and France have come to us and asked us to fix up our ramps that they're going to pay for. And it seems to me like it's a rather odd situation. They ought to have a voice. They're paying for it, even though they don't own it. They don't own them. So I mean, that's not an argument with you. It's just a comment. I think undergirding all of these concerns I have is the notion of, hey, wait a minute. These are our ramps. It's our downtown too. Should the city be thinking about some level of participation on this instead of putting the financial onus on all of the property owners of 50th and France? And that's a question I don't think we can answer tonight, because I have no idea how to approach the answer to that question in an objective sort of way. But I bet if you walked around the metro area up to Arbor Lakes and Maple Grove, or some of these other places, that other communities that have tried to replicate what we have down in Burnsville, I bet there's a level of city participation in their downtown that makes it an investment partnership. And I think that's a topic that deserves some discussion here.
And it has come up a little bit in our conversations, but I'm not really equipped to speak to that directly.
No, that's not your
but
job.
If I could,
go ahead.
I'd go down to the south ramp and just talk about some of the conversations we had here, and we looked at some options for, again, with the addition, developing a new facade that would basically conceal all of the original construction on the south and a portion of the east face. And then as we scaled that back and just looking overall at the dollars, it was determined that we're probably better off kind of shifting those dollars to that middle ramp with respect to trying to shift some of that parking, open up more public parking here in the south ramp. You know, whether it's via city participation or some other mechanism, looking at skinning the south face is a wonderful idea. It's just a matter of how do we get it incorporated into the value of the project. So I'll leave it at that.
This was a fantastic idea when this whole 50th and France notion got hatched out in the mid-'70s, and it's just evolved over a long period of time into a remarkable corner. And now we get a chance to kind of take it to the next level, and I think we need to be thinking about things like what kind of a skin should we be putting on these ramps so that we're masking their appearance. What kind of directional activity or directional signage should we be giving to people when they come into the area? You know, if you're down, I think somebody mentioned San Francisco, but if you're down in Boulder, Colorado, for example, and heading down to Pearl Street, you've got all kinds of overhead signage that tells you which ramps are available for parking. That's something we need to be thinking about too. I know Director Hull's thinking about that. So
yeah, and I think as we looked at some options for skinning the south face, if I'm not mistaken, I think we looked at roughly a cost of about $200,000 to $250,000 potentially for skinning that south face. Does that ring a bell with you, Wayne?
Yeah, possibly it was more than that. I can actually pull up what we actually were looking at for some options if you'd like. So if we look at the south ramp itself, some of the different options that we were looking at, like I said before, is that we looked at bringing the ramp all the way out to the edge of the sidewalk, and we looked at actually when we did that, we'd add another stair tower over here for this southern portion, still keep the 2 stairs and the elevators.
I like that glasswork in the corners, like we did at Galleria. It has a bit of that to it,
right?
With that entrance, but.
And then when we looked at this, is that we looked at pulling after listening. We had a neighborhood meeting, and we were listening to the neighbors that showed up at the meeting, and then the comments that people have had to myself is that is to pull back the ramp to provide more of a boulevard area. Some landscaping along that rather than having a 5-foot sidewalk and then a ramp right up against that sidewalk. So when we pulled it back, it kind of increased the cost per stall, essentially. This was one of the thoughts on putting what the south facade would look like, and that could actually be brought out for full extension or else even brought back, I believe, towards if you were to look at reskinning it. The one thing to keep in mind is that the ramp itself is probably about 30 years out of being a tear-down rebuild on itself. I mean, what we propose to do is a full restoration, but you still have the chlorides and stuff getting into the concrete, and it's not quite down, according to what Walker Parking has said, is not quite down to the rebar yet. In their analysis, but once it does hit that, then your ramp will deteriorate pretty quickly. So in what we were thinking is that in the future is that we would address more of these aesthetic items on the ramp itself.
Member Sprague. So on that point, what's the expected useful life of the current south ramp?
The expected useful life without doing any restoration?
Correct.
I believe it's only about 20 years. 20 years. Yep.
And with the restoration that's part of this plan, how does that extend? I mean, I'm trying to get at, is it worth to do some, reskinning, as the mayor says now, to try to match the look and feel of those 2 ramps and the quality that's in the district?
Yeah, I think you can extend the life of this ramp by doing some of this restoration. It's some floor repairs, it's some replacement of some concrete of the very base original structural. That was a 1969 vintage, I believe. So that's where a lot of the restoration would go. That would enhance the life. We would enhance it at least to about a 30-year time frame.
So it adds 10 years?
At least 10 years, probably about 18 to 20 if you do nothing.
Okay. The other thing that I've got a concern about is the height on that middle ramp. I think it's the same thing that Member Brindle was getting at. Especially when you think about the shadow effect over on the Eberhard property, where they'd be sitting in shadow from November through February, I think, if we went to 6 stories. So that's another concern I have about approving a project tonight, that it starts to roll on its own, and we haven't had enough input or enough architectural design work to see if we could still accomplish this, achieving the number of spaces that we need, but somehow lowering that side of it up at the top to enhance the sun effect or minimize the shadow effect. I don't know. I don't know how you do it, but I
actually had our architectural firm do some drawings or some analysis of that. If you'd like to see some of the shadowing that from a more detailed look of, since they actually have the plans for the ramp or the concept plan. So if you wanted to maybe pull pull those up to, yep. Jennifer, you know. Sure, whatever you want to do. I'll do the March one. Maybe you can explain what's going on.
I think this video will just keep cycling here, and I'm going to pause it if I can here. So this position here, this is, again, the 6-story ramp. These are the buildings on the north side of 49th and a half. And this is a March condition, probably roughly 10 o'clock in the morning. You can kind of see where the shadow line is here. And that's, you know, that I would say that's an acceptable condition, generally.
Well, it's November through February that I'm concerned
Yeah,
about.
so let me, I'm just going to cycle through here. Again, this one, this would be your December condition, December 21st. So, and I think that's pretty typical of then that November through February condition.
Okay.
We don't have a model of the existing building condition in our animation. I would guess generally the existing building probably isn't shadowed significantly.
Well, we can hear from them as to what the conditions are currently. So I think we should get going with the public hearing portion of this. Stand by, gentlemen. I think that we'll have many more questions. So, all right, let's open this matter up for public hearing. I know we've had some folks here who have been sitting patiently for hours. Would be a fair description, I think. And that would like to be heard relative to their ideas or concerns about this proposed project. So feel free to come forward and give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Mr. Brown. Somebody.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
My name's Osborne Brown, H-O-S-M-E-R, Brown. And you want my home address?
Please.
My home address, unfortunately, tonight is in Bloomington, 8100 Russell Avenue South.
How about tomorrow night?
I beg your pardon? I'm hard of hearing, and it's very hard for me to hear sometimes. But if you'll be patient, I'll be patient, and I'll forgive your mumbling if you'll forgive mine. I just wanted to tell you that I have been on the corner of 50th and France working steadily for 63 years. I've seen a lot, and I have owned property on 50th and France on both the Minneapolis and Edina sides, and still do for well over 30 years. I do not come here to say I'm either in favor or opposed. I'm just here to get information and to hopefully maybe give you a little bit that would be helpful. I wanted to know what the interest rate was likely to be. The information I got didn't state. Also, whether it would be an amortized payment or not, I wasn't sure of that. I've had tenants ask me, what's it going to cost to do this? We can't afford to pay more rent. And I have to tell you that the tenants on 50th and France are not large stores. They're not Best Buy. There's one Walgreens. But they are stores that are generally in the 2,000-foot range. So they're smaller stores, they're smaller tenants, and they don't have a great deal of economic backup to them. Some of them are excellent tenants and excellent businessmen. I'd like to know if your square footage cost is based upon the total square footage in the buildings on the corner, on the Edina side, or if it is based upon the rental area in those buildings. If it's based on the rental area in those buildings, why, then of course it's going to be higher. I just want to find out which way it is so that when tenants talk to me, as one of them did this morning, I'm able to make a halfway intelligent reply. Another thing, please note, don't make 50th and France a parking ramp village. You can stand on the corner of 50th and France now and look north or south, and around 4 o'clock or a little earlier and later, you can see traffic parked and waiting to proceed for 3 to 4 blocks. And I do that every time I come by, I notice, and it is that way. It's not quite that bad during the afternoon and mornings, but in the evenings, it can go 3 to 4 blocks. It can back up to 54th Street, as a matter of fact. So that's one thing to keep in mind. I'm saying that parking is a big problem, and it's being approached very intelligently here, and I'm pleased with it, even though I have some questions.
Mr. Brown?
But traffic is also a huge problem.
Mr. Brown, I need to have you wrap up because you're past the time.
Were you talking about this light?
I know, I get the feeling you hear what you want to hear.
Would you mumble through it again?
Exactly my point.
Okay. Do not make the views of 50th all parking lots. That's important. But study your traffic along with your parking lots, because it is very important. And if we get all of this traffic coming in with more parking needed and more parking being furnished, that's good, but it also means we got to keep an eye on parking. One last thing.
Mr. Brown, I got to have you stop. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can you?
Is that
yeah.
a red light? Yeah, it is. Oh, I thought it was orange. I thought I could still go.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I bet you did.
I'll quit. Thank
All
you
right.
much.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
I still think it's orange. Would you like to borrow it, sir?
Hi, my name is Diane Harlem, and I live at 4075 West 51st Street, apartment 404. That's the Lanterns, and we're right across the street from, we're right across 51st Street from the south ramp. The plan that we saw when at the March 22nd meeting had the south wall of the south ramp come right out to the sidewalk, and the grass and 5 trees that were there were to be eliminated. And we're very pleased that that change has been made and that's no longer going to happen, and we appreciate it if our comments made a difference in that. So I'm not going to, you know, we came prepared to discuss that if it wasn't the case, but we're pleased that it is. So I won't go into that. But just one comment is that on the south ramp, there is a lower level that is contract parking only, and you can't get to that level from the main part of the ramp, And sometimes even when the contract period is done, like after 6, I see cars circling around in the main part of the ramp looking for a space, and there's, maybe 1/3 of the spaces in the lower level are empty.
Yep, but don't tell them, because that's my private place.
But, I understand that the contract parking is going to be moved to the middle ramp, so I'm just making the suggestion that you make it somehow accessible from the main part of the ramp, because I think that would help solve the parking problems. People just don't know it's there, and to get there, they have to come out onto the street and then come back in. So if that can be accommodated in the plans.
Good thought. Thanks, Diane.
Thank you.
You need a handheld microphone, I think.
My bifocals are weak. I'm Gene Hogland, and I live at 5229 West Highwood Drive. Wayne has been putting up with a group of us owners of property at 50th and France for years now, not only months, I think, Wayne. But recently, in the last 6 months, we've been pretty much in a concerted effort. And we appreciate that, being in that opportunity. I'm speaking a little bit for the group here because what we did is put together a position paper as to where we as a group felt this thing was going and how we felt about it. First of all, we concur with the following. The vehicle counting and guidance system, if you will, is an absolute must, as has been mentioned before. So, because it does two things. It helps the driver coming in or leaving, or coming in to know where to go to park. It also cuts down on the number of people on the street who are driving from one to the other to find a parking space. So that is a clear positive. And we also agree that we need to rebuild the middle ramp. Now, there are some concerns that we have there, but overall we believe that it should be replaced. And upgrading and restoring the south ramp is clearly a positive for all of us. The streetscape improvements, it goes without saying that we need to do that. I mean, I've been around the corner since, not as long as Hosmer, but for quite a long time. And, you know, we had some pretty low periods in the 70s with that corner until it got some landscaping, and life wasn't so good for owners or anyone else. I think I first bought my first piece of property there in about 80. And, you know, we were getting $5 rents and couldn't find anybody to fill a space. Compared to now, and it all came with a lot of streetscape improvements, so that is a clear positive. We do have some concerns, however, and having just gone through a few years ago building 5,000 France, you know, first of all, we learned about how many stakeholders there are when you do a project like this, but also how complicated and how much planning it takes. We were only messing with traffic on one lane on each of the two streets, 50th and France. And then we had to use the alley for construction. And so we were only fooling around with one segment. We were required to rent parking down the street for all of our construction guys. I think we leased 35 or 40 stalls. With this project, we have to not only satisfy the construction guys, but we have to pick up when we build the middle ramp, and sometimes during working on the south ramp, large number of spaces in the hundreds that we have to accommodate. And Wayne mentioned using the public works, the old public works space, which contributes maybe 100 of that. So we have a lot of searching to go as a collective group to cover that issue. the timing is everything with this project. It's the art fair, it's the Christmas season, which is 30 to 40% of the retailer's business for the year. And we have to not only be off the street with construction, but we have to have adequate parking and make it pleasing enough so that we don't lose our consumers. And so we want to keep in this game as a group, working with the city to make sure that we are protecting all the stakeholders that get involved. You know, it's not only the corner, it's the neighborhood, it's the employees, it's the customers, and it finally gets down to the owners and eventually the city of making sure that we don't make a humongous mistake by chasing everybody out of the corner for too long a period of time, or at all. We are concerned about design things yet, for instance, the facade, which the mayor brought up, and we want to stay in the loop on that.
I need to have you wrap up now, Mr.
Okay.
Hoagland.
The middle ramp is the height, and by and large, I guess we want to stay in, but we really appreciate where we are, and the financing packages are getting better and better as we hear from you. And so, with that, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council, folks. My name is Lynn Dean. I am a resident at the Lanterns also, Unit 211. And when I came here today and listened to the project about Grandview, I was really encouraged to see the enthusiasm for the pedestrian, and heard it from several council members and so forth. And living on and utilizing West 51st Street, you know, we've had one resident that was already hit by a car. You put up a flashing signal, which was great, because that did help for sure, but the load on 51st Street is continuing to get heavier and heavier. And I really feel we need to address the traffic situation there to provide more safety for the pedestrians that are coming in from the south and wanting to get to 50th and France. Personally, if I had children that lived in that south area, I wouldn't let my kids go across that street. It's too dangerous. And kids are doing it all the time, and it's a real quick street. I know it's hard to balance parking with traffic, but I think you need to keep the safety of the pedestrians in mind. You know, you need to view that. We've got one speed limit sign on the whole street. We've got 7 or 8 no parking signs, which is obviously we want to keep people off those streets and not parking so it can accommodate the traffic. But residents in our building have one other problem, and it's we've got now with the contract parking going to be open to the public, and then you've got the exit from the main ramp, and you've got the exit coming from the bank. And one of our main exit strategies is facing all 3 of those, those exits. So we end up having to play chicken with cars sometimes just to get onto 51st Street, especially during certain hours. So I think we just, you need to look seriously at just the situation with traffic there. That's just my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Dean.
My name is Tom Nelson. I live at 2112 Kenwood Parkway in Minneapolis. And Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thanks for hearing us tonight, and thanks to Wayne and the staff for preparing and working with us over the last few years to get to where we're at. I represent the ownership of what the mayor referred to before as the Eberhardt building, or the building that was shown in the shadowing video earlier. I'm a signer on 2 of the letters that were sent to you, so I don't want to, continue to overexpress some of the things that have been expressed earlier by by Gene Haugland. I'm a signer, and I concur with the things he mentioned before. I want to make sure that what's not lost here tonight is that we have a great opportunity to move this thing forward. I'm not really clear what exactly we're approving. I think the mayor indicated that earlier. But I do hope that we are ultimately approving, at a minimum, a financing package that complies with this $2 a square foot average over the 20 years or so to the property owners, preferably that increases over that time. The second thing I want to say, specifically as it relates to our building, I did mention to Steve out in the lobby when we were waiting that I had some concerns with shadowing with the 6-story middle ramp. I'm concerned about that for all kinds of reasons. I'm not sure we're interested in paying for something that we think might detract from the value of our property. And after I mentioned it to him, he went over and he opened up his computer and did that shadowing model while we were waiting for the meeting, which is great. But I'm hoping that there will be an opportunity for some more analysis of that than a quick model that was done there. I think the aerial is one thing, but there are also streetscape considerations to take into account and design considerations to take into account on the screening. And we did submit those in our written correspondence to the mayor and the council. So that's it. I hope we can approve something to move forward with the considerations that have been contemplated here before and that have been contemplated in our written submission to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
My name is Jim Whitfeld, and I live in the Lanners condominiums at 4075 West 51st Street, Unit 101, which is on the west end, the ground floor of the building. So I can see the intersection of 51st and Halifax, and I can see down Halifax itself, as well as pretty far down 51st Street. And what I see there is a tremendous amount of congestion, particularly at rush hour, of course, when the cars are trying to avoid the 50th and France block up there, and they come around they turn off on 51st and go around that way. So to reiterate something Lynn was saying, that not only do we have increased traffic in there, particularly at rush hour, but also that our driveway opens out there as well as the entrance and the exit to the ramp itself. So you got two games of chicken going on there. And I was out there today doing some videotaping, hoping I could find something dramatic, but not today. It won't take very long, though, I imagine. But I did see a fella come whipping around the corner and go in the do not enter side of the contract ramp, and he won that particular game of chicken. So it's real dangerous through there. Also, when I watch what's going on there, I see kids in strollers and people going back and forth carrying cups of coffee and everything. It's a tremendous entryway, kind of a funnel for all those people who live out towards Arden Park and out that way. And there's lots of new young families in there, and you know, they kind of roll the dice as they go through there too. So I think I'm asking you to consider that part of the whole traffic pattern there. I don't necessarily want to enlarge the problem, but I do also want to say that as people go around, try to avoid the congestion at 50th and 51st, they also use Halifax up to 54th, and that's probably, they cruise along there 40, 45 miles an hour, and they, you know, I hope nobody gets killed or hurt, but I'm predicting that that'll happen before the summer is out. Because not only do we have that increased traffic, but there's also a tremendous amount of developing going on in there. And so you've got heavy equipment pulling stuff out. You've got trucks backing up over the sidewalks, busting those sidewalks up and making them hazardous to walk. And so that whole area needs consideration, and I think it needs some more thought. Also, And as far as the facade goes, we've got 44 residents in our building, which is equivalent to 4 city blocks. And we think that our residents should have some serious consideration about what's going to happen there. That's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Whitfield.
My name is Klaus Freiger. I own, let's call it the City Corner, on the Chico's Corner, and I absolutely concur with everything what was said by Gene Haugland. I just want to briefly talk about cityscape. I think covering the surplus lot behind the Clancy building sounds great idea at the first sight. It's second look. Think about the cityscape. I mean, and I'm the architect who basically put the area back into what it is today, because I did almost every Lanz building that you see today, with the exception of one. That's terrible.
Try to tell me at a city council meeting and see if that gets you anywhere.
It thought it was somebody calling from Germany. They don't understand. We are 7 hours behind. Look at this site as a cityscape. There is the Spalot Montage building, which I designed rather monumental, because I thought it has to stand up to the ramp. Now extend that ramp over the service lot. You won't see anything of the land property facade. You will lose the turret, you will lose the back of the building, which I, arrogant as I am, think is beautiful. And you would replace it with just one parking ramp, starting at Spalot Montage all the way to Halifax. I don't think you want that. It's, I mean, the best architects in the world cannot make this a smaller building. And regardless what skin you put on it, it will be monumental and not really fit for city of Edina. I always hear the argument that Twin City orthopedics is the model to beat. I agree, this makes total sense where it is, but a building that monumental wouldn't make sense in the center of the city, because it would just be too large. We would be a city of parking ramps rather than of retail spaces. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks for hearing me. And I live, unfortunately, not in Edina, at 510 Groveland Building in Minneapolis. But I like it there. But I also like 50th and Friends, because I bought myself into it 25 years ago, and I had a vision what it could be. And today, it's very close to that what I saw it could be, and I just hope we don't screw it up, but I think we won't. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Klaus.
Hi, my name is Dan Ingelsma. I live at 5000 France, Unit 31. Couple of quick things. I heard that the contract parking was going to be relocated over to the center ramp. And I have an issue with that, and I would like you to consider keeping some of that contract parking in that south ramp. When we have guests stay overnight, the only place to park is in the ramp. So we have made arrangements with the city a couple times to use overnight parking in there. And I think it would be very inconvenient to have them haul suitcases and stuff from the center ramp when that's right at our back door. So some consideration with that issue would be greatly appreciated. Just a little cleanup item. You were talking earlier about some height restrictions and needing to amend an ordinance or something, but if you do 6 stories, you're not going to be under 47 or 48 feet. You're going to have to be up over 60 feet. So just if that takes time to do, whatever that is. And then the most important thing is when you tear that center ramp down, you're going to be damaging quite a number of tenants in that area. In addition to living there, I'm also related to Spallon Montage, so I have a vested interest in 50th and France. But I think your schedule is wrong, and I think you can work that by starting in January. I think well-scheduled construction, you can get that ramp done in 5 or 6 months, not 8 or 9 months. And I think it might mean you need to have some help with the city staff. Maybe use the ramp before you skin it or while you're skinning it. In other words, get the base structure done so you can use it. You can get the ramps in. You get all the life safety things done. But the ramp wouldn't be totally complete. But that would allow all the customers to start using that ramp in about 5 or 6 months. And I know some good contractors if you need them. So thank you very much.
All right.
That was well said.
Yeah.
My name is Mitchell Worley. My home address is 5070 Highview in Greenwood. So if that helps, I'm a business owner in the 50th and France area. My company is Spallon Montage, and I don't know what proper address you have, but it's not on the hearing notice, so that's our building. My main concern is, I think someone was referring to earlier, the tenants being more boutique, 1,000, 2,000 square feet. We're a bit unusual for the area, and we're about 16,000, 17,000 feet. And we employ probably 150 people out of that one building, which means at any given time we probably have 90 team members. We also have about 300, 350 reservations every single day. So our largest concern right now is how we're going to take care of our team. The notion of shuttling them back and forth, flexibility is a huge thing in our industry, where our team wants the ultimate amount of flexibility. And without that, they can pick up their business and move it someplace else. So my largest concern is how we're going to take care of our team members during the, and I'm a signer too. I agree with everything that Gene Haugland said. But the largest concern is how do we take care of our team? How do we take care of our clients? And how do we stay afloat for the 5 to 8 months that it takes to take down that ramp and put it back up? Thank you.
Thank you, Mitchell.
Wow, 20 to 12. I'm Dick Curtin. I will talk very fast. I'm Dick Curtin. I own the SLU building. I live at 6310 McIntyre. I support what's been proposed. I was one of the participants in the position paper that Gene Haugland outlined and submitted. My biggest concern is I don't understand the process well enough to know how we can have reservations and not scuttle the project. I have complete faith that the staff can deal with the timing issues if they're directed to do so, the construction timing, the traffic issues, the skin issue, the facade can be dealt with between staff and the owners and other interested parties without any real issues. But the one thing that can ruin the corner, that can bankrupt tenants and put people out of business, is how our portion, our assessment, is paid. The first plan I saw had a $16 million price, and our assessment at the SLU building was $741 a foot. Now, running a base rent of 30 or less, that's a big hike, and I don't think many people could take that kind of a hike. After discussions with staff, everybody was very supportive, very reasonable, very willing to look at alternatives. We came up with a $2 an average price, and that kind of made sense. We don't like it, we wish it weren't going to happen, but it has to be done. Somebody has to pay for it. And we can somehow make that work, we thought. But when we tried to work it out, it comes at a time when the businesses have been severely hurt by the parking disruption. And a couple things happen. You not only lose the business, but people find other places to go and they don't come back real quickly. Some of them never come back. So struggling to to be fair and pay our share, pay for it, we came up with a reverse of the typical financing. And typical, as I understand, and I'm certainly not an expert, you start high and go low. That was the original plan. We started $7.40 a foot and go down to $4 something a foot. Even with the price reduction, even with the extension of the time, we still have a potential of a starting high and ending low. We would like to propose, and have proposed, that we pay 50% of the average the first year, and we pay 150% of the average the second year. The last year. So if the average is $2, we would start at $1 a foot the first year. The last year of the 20-year assessment, we would pay $3. As I understand the numbers, that means we, the owners, would be paying the cost of the construction, but we may not be paying all of the carrying costs. And we would ask the city to participate through TIF funds, or you have very complex financing vehicles possible. We'd ask you to help us out with that. And that's my only real concern, because without the city council's support for that type of funding, it really doesn't work for us. But with that one proviso, I'm in total support of the program. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Curtin.
Rachel Hubbard, 50th and France Association. Thank you, everyone. I just have a few quick points. I'm in favor of the project. I think it's a great idea. We obviously need to address some of the parking and streetscapes issues that I've been hearing about since I've been there for 5 years. I am in support of having it go very quickly, if possible, and very willing and wanting to work with the city to come up with solutions for employee parking. I am also very concerned about what are we going to do with the 1,000 employees that we do have down at 50th and France. And I know that my board of directors and myself are working and brainstorming on ideas to help be creative and think of ideas that can help with that, in addition to working with the city. And then I just also want to say that I think the idea of PR and making it obviously as available to the public and Facebook and social media with the help of the association to make that as available to the public so that they know exactly where they can park when they come to 50th and France. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'll move to close the public hearing. Second.
Been moved and seconded, we close the public hearing. Discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Go ahead.
Or do you want
Yep.
to deal with those and then I'll ask your question?
No, you go ahead.
Wayne, do I have this correct, that the study says we need an additional 247 stalls? Is that sort of the magic number I'm working with?
Yes, I believe it is, yep.
And if we build the ramp 5 levels without going down, we gain 160 stalls. If we build a 6-level ramp, either 6 levels above or 5 levels above and 1 level below, we gain 258.
Right.
Okay. That 247, is that the number that gets us above what we needed in 2008 when we did the study? So we have, or does that get us back to 2008?
That, the study actually was updated in 2010. What the shared model does is that it takes into account the uses of the spaces. So all the restaurants that have been added up to 2010 is that they were taken into account, and it takes into account the office space and all the retail space and such. So the number that you see there was at the time that we ran that shared model study.
Okay. So if we build 6 stories somehow, we've built 11 stalls more than what the study shows we need. Correct?
Right.
So I guess I'm in support of building 6 stories. I'm not necessarily in support of building 6 stories above ground. I might be more supportive of building 5 stories above ground and 1 below. I'm concerned that I add to the cost, obviously. I'm also concerned that I add to the timeline, because I think that the faster we can get in and out, and if we do it at the right time, the better off we are. I'm supportive of moving the 60 contract places over to on top of the new ramp, not because I want to abuse the people that live in the lanterns, but, one of our studies showed that one of our biggest glitches was that south ramp. But I'm okay without extending the south ramp towards the lanterns, because I think that's not good for that road, and it's not good for the design, and it's not good for them. So I think the support I'd like to give them is to say, I think you're right. Extending out that ramp doesn't give us enough. It costs too much. But we do need not only to improve the south ramp and put in elevators, but we still need to release some of the congestion there, too. So moving employee parking would do that. I think we have a responsibility to our citizens to figure out a way to make this work as far as rebuilding it and how that payment goes. So I understand, the idea of the reverse. And if Ruff has, I see he's come back. He didn't really go home. Thank you. If you could just come back up a little bit and give us any of your thoughts on a way to make this work for the city, but also for this area, because the other part of this that we can't control is what our customers are going to do for these businesses when we're in the middle of building this. And obviously, they're very concerned, and we're very concerned about that, too. We don't have a bigger TIF district that we can make to help pay for this the way we can at Southdale. You're an entity unto yourself. I attended, as Rachel knows, the meeting with the Minneapolis side owners. There aren't enough there, and there isn't a timeline that we could even pull them in. They're working at trying to figure out how to pay for a surface parking lot right now and having a problem with that. So I think this really becomes an Edina issue, even though our residents or Minneapolis residents don't see it as a Minneapolis side, Edina side. They see it as a 50th and France neighborhood. So I'm supportive of doing this. I'd like to figure out a way to make it effective cost-wise for you guys, but not kill the bank for us. And I'm supportive of 6 stories, but I would prefer 5 above and 1 below.
Member Sprague.
I would concur on the above ground levels, to the point where I would not be in favor of going past the comp plan guidance in that area. I'm concerned about that backside, what that does to the properties behind it, and the entire feel, as somebody was talking about, sitting on that corner looking into that area. So I know that if it were 5 stories and we didn't add the $1 million cost to go underground, that would
Make it short.
that would bring us somewhat to another shortfall. So I guess we need some. I would like to have some further guidance on this from the owners group and the tenants as well, who are ultimately going to be paying for this. But I'm not enthused about going above that 5-story limit that's in the comp plan. In terms of the financing aspect, I think we were given 4 options in this packet, and I feel very favorably about option 2, which is a blended payment structure. It's a city GO bond and a 0% loan from the Centennial Lakes TIF, with a TIF repaid faster than the GO bond. If it's good for the goose at Southdale, it's good for the gander at 50th and France. And I think we should be lending this support to try to make this more economically feasible for the district. I would love to reskin the building on the south side. If we were to go down that route, I would suggest that the city try to pick up some of that bill and try to match the quality that the middle ramp will have, and I think it's fair and justifiable for us to consider that. So that's all I got.
Thank you. Member Brindle?
Yes. I am very concerned. There's no question about whether the project needs to be done and whether there is a problem with parking at 50th and France. I am very concerned about the hardship it causes for businesses. And to pass the assessment through, 100% of the assessment through to the businesses, you know, that's a double whammy, in my opinion. Not only are people going to have a challenge parking and therefore reconsider going to 50th and France, but now it's going to cost business owners more to run their businesses at 50th and France. So I really, you know, the question I have here is, okay, are we talking about how we feel about what we want, how many stories it is, and how many places we think we can squeeze in there? Or are we also talking about how this is assessed? And those, I don't know, those seems like, they seem like two questions to me. And I don't know, to me they don't have to be tied together, but maybe they do. But I'll just say, I'm very concerned for the businesses. When I see the number of businesses and that close their doors along various corridors that are under construction, Central Corridor being one, and there are, you know, there are numerous businesses that have been there for years, long-time businesses that aren't making it through the construction of the Central Corridor. And then we have this microcosm of 50th and France. I'm very concerned about that. So I would challenge the owners to think about how to get this paid for without putting your shop owners in hardship.
Member Bennett.
I was really impressed when we met with the business owners last fall in the same meeting that we met with Southdale with Simon. We met with the 50th and France business owners first, and I was very impressed with the regular way in which the area is maintained and the regular way in which the businesses participate in that cost. I know that it's done differently in other cities. I know that in Minneapolis, adjacent to Calhoun Square, I don't know if the parking ramp is owned any longer by the city, but I know that you pay to park, and you pay valet charges if you go to Lucia's and you park in their lot during certain hours, and you pay at a parking meter. I know in St. Paul at Victoria Crossing, where they have done something very innovative, and there's retail on the main floor, and the parking ramp is not really very visible from the street, so it does minimize that impact. The parking ramp is above this generously sized retail first floor, and you pay. The customer pays for the parking. So I've lived in Edina since 1987. My husband went to high school here, and I know that it's a tradition here that the ramps are owned by the city and that the parking is free. And in that system that we have here that is special, the business owners have stepped up, have participated in the cost. And as I've thought about this in the last few days, I too am concerned about 65 feet of parking. I'm concerned of the impact of the light and shadow. I'm concerned of the impact on the streetscape. And if we add a lower level, can that be contract pay to help offset costs? I don't know. That's a new question entered into that I'm raising right now, because I think, again, that the model that's existed has worked. I have an enormous respect for people who've participated in it. If we're going to change the model, it's possibly a discussion longer than maybe we take time to have it tonight, but I think it's raising new issues that we haven't considered before. So what I have in terms of knowing what my position is tonight, I do favor, I favor 6 levels, but not above ground. At 48 feet, it's great that it fits within the 4 stories in the comp plan, and then as redevelopment happens in the area, we won't be creating more canyons. I appreciate the work that Ehlers has done to identify different funding mechanisms, and willing to look at them. And in terms of more variation from that, I think I would hope that we can maybe schedule a work session on it or something where we're considering a change.
Thank you.
Your Honor and members of the council, I think if there are enough of you that have the same position regarding the concern about height on the middle ramp, it might be the best course of this issue at this point might be to continue it. Because if we are going to take that project down lower, you heard earlier in the public hearing there's an increased cost for that. And I think we haven't had a chance to figure out how we might fold that into the project cost and what impact that might have. And we haven't had that kind of discussion with the owners group to even provide, even through the financing vehicle, some way to mitigate the impacts of that. So I think if that's kind of where you're headed at this point, it would be advisable for us to meet with the design folks and the engineering and architectural folks, and also spend some time with Mark Ruff to pull together that kind of proposal that meets that criteria, including if we're going to look at adding skin on the south side of the south ramp, we should take a look at that as well.
Okay. It's, you've shortcutted, I think. I mean, to me, this turned into a kind of a work session, public hearing / work session. But I do think we need another one, because I agree with my colleagues. I think Klaus said it well. He said, be careful about the cityscape, and Hosmer in his own way was saying the same thing. Don't destroy the profile of our downtown area, our charming downtown area, in the process of doing this. Well, the only way you can do that is to go down. You're down a level, and you have 5. That takes care of the Eberhard problem. If we're going to do this, we got to do it right. We you know, some of this stuff hasn't been done for 43, 45 years. Let's do it right. Let's look at this skin on the south. Let's get the skin right on the middle ramp. Let's not get it too tall. Let's look at this whole financing sequence. When I look at, let's do the guidance systems. I think everybody's on board on that. I'm still having difficulty with this financing. I think that's another piece of it that I'd like to have a good discussion about with the owners, especially with the council. And I'd like to know what other cities are doing, or what they have done with respect to their downtown areas. Is it a partnership? Do the merchants there carry the load? When you look at taking a ramp like the south ramp, which is built in '69, I think somebody said, now it's time to put in 2 pedestrian elevators, enhance the facade on the France Avenue pedestrian alley, solid waste room remodel, structural restoration, relighting, and replacement of internal drain system, and maybe a skin. Maybe that's our project as a city, and I think that's part of the discussion too. Maybe the middle ramp tear down is the merchant's project, and we look at it that way. Maybe our way of handling it could also be we take care of the bonding, but we cover the interest expense, either through a partial use of TIF funds from Centennial Lakes, or we pick up the bond interest. I really feel that we should be participating in this in some way because it is our downtown, but I'm just one voice up here, and I think we got to have a good discussion about it. So I think we ought to continue it and then have a work session. We can loop the owners in. Anybody else who wants to come, I'm comfortable with that. And
I think you want the feedback, though, of how we all feel a little bit about the funding of it, and city versus owner's obligation. I think that and I don't know when you want that, if you want it tonight or if you want it at a work session, but I think before you start working as a group with the owners, you probably want an idea of what we're willing to support before you go to the owners, is what I'm going to recommend.
And I think that would be advisable. It's good that you know that when we started our discussion with the owners, we were talking about a project cost that we were asking them to pay 100% of the project cost, and it was going to be amortized over 10 years. Now we're talking about a conventional bond and a combination of no-interest loan and amortized over 20 years. So there has been some evolution, and a positive evolution, I think, in the way that the project costs are being shared and amortized. But if there's a wish from council, from a policy standpoint, that you want to take on as public costs some of what we've been defining, staff has been defining as private costs, that is something that we want to know, because as staff, we haven't been offering public money to the project, only public financing terms, not all that dissimilar to what we just approved for Simon. So that was what we were using as our comparison.
I got that. But I just heard something different out of the mayor,
I did
and
too.
I think you probably at least want to get input from the rest of us. Not that we don't think he's our fearless leader, he is. But sometimes he has his sword drawn early, and he has to see if he has everyone behind him.
If we could calendar this for our May 1st work session, I think we could realign what we had planned for that night to do that.
I think one big difference between this and the Southdale decision is that these are city-owned ramps, so it makes sense.
I'd be supportive of that. Is everybody
A work session.
calendaring it and putting it on a work session?
So moved.
Second.
So do we have a date for when we
So
will
it's a motion.
discuss it again?
Well, is it a motion to continue this to the work session on May 1st?
So moved.
Second.
Is that correct?
Don't we need to be doing two things here? Don't we need to be continuing this public hearing to another date certain, not a work session?
Well, no, the public hearing part is not
closed the
continued.
public hearing.
Yeah.
That's closed.
Right.
So people can continue.
Sure.
People can continue to offer comments through letters, through
Right.
emails,
Right.
through telephone calls, but the public hearing was formally closed
Okay.
earlier.
But we should still continue this to a date certain for action, but also designate a work session for it?
We'll designate the May 1st work session, and the city attorney just reminded us that you have 6 months from the public hearing date in which to order the project, so you've got some time to do that.
And Director Houle, what do you view the timeline if we want a January start date? With time, obviously, for a lot of advertising and planning and carpooling.
Council, I think we have a few months here of leeway to play with a little bit. You know, some of the items that we were anticipating getting out in August, like the streetscapes and things, I don't know if that would occur without going forward with the project. But for a January start date for the middle ramp, I think we still have some time here. The one thing is if we're increasing costs and we have to do some re-advertisements and those, that's going to add a little bit of time too. So, but that's not a big deal. I would much rather have it done correctly and before the next time we bring it to you for a decision than not doing it correctly.
Okay, so we're not going to set another calendar hearing date, and to do that, we would need to do it at another, since we're not doing it tonight, we can't set another date even for the hearing until the next council meeting anyway.
That's right. Because usually you close the public hearing, so that...
But we've closed the public hearing, so
we
we're...
need to table this indefinitely? Yeah. So we need to, so Josh, your motion would be to table this matter indefinitely, but set it for a work session on the 1st of May.
I'll accept that friendly amendment and so move.
And second.
All right. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay.
So technically, the first time we
Carried.
could even hear this again at a council meeting is the 15th of May, because we'd have to set the hearing at the 1st of May? Would that be correct or not?
I
Or
don't
can we
think-
just,
I don't think you are setting another hearing. You're just
Okay, so
putting it
there's
on the agenda.
not, okay, we can put it on any agenda at any time.
Right, you don't need another hearing. for the-
Perfect.
for the improvement.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. It's now April 18th.
You're just sliding over on that top.
Yeah, slipping over there. Getting off that lunchbox. That salad. Wilty. Yeah.
Sorry. You're going to have to learn to eat your dinner.
I was going to give it to Lorraine. All right, Director Teague, you have the last public hearing matter of the evening.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This next request is a subdivision with variances. Property is located at 6120 Brookview Avenue. I'm sure the council is familiar with the site located south of Pamela Park. The existing on the 100-foot wide lot is an existing home that was built a few years back. This is a look at the home. It's located on the south 50 feet of the lot. The applicant is proposing to divide it in half and build a new home on the north 50 feet of the property. The request requires a subdivision to create the two lots, lot width variances for both lots from 75 feet to 50 feet, lot area variances from 9,000 square feet to just over 6,600 square feet, and a very minor lot depth variance for Lot 2. The primary issue that was considered by staff and the Planning Commission is, are the findings for a variance met? Both staff and the Planning Commission have found that the variance findings are not met, the three criteria that we look at, and we'll go through each one. The first criteria is, will the proposal relieve practical difficulties that prevent a reasonable use from complying with the ordinance requirements? Staff and the Planning Commission believe that there's already reasonable use of the property. There's the existing single-family home that's valued at over $800,000. So reasonable use does exist on the property today. Also, there are several similar oversized lots in the area. There are two to the south that exceed the minimum area requirements, actually larger than the subject property. There are two to the east on Brookview. And there is the one property to the west, located right here, as the council recalls, was recently turned down for a subdivision. Same goes for the lot widths. Those same properties all exceed our minimum standards. Second criteria, are there circumstances that are unique to the property and not common to every similarly zoned property and that are not self-created? Again, the oversized lots are not unique to this area. There are several on Brookview. When you look at the area of the oversized lots, it's roughly the same amount of area as the 50-foot wide lot. So it's kind of a split between when you look at just the land mass of the 50-foot lots versus the oversized 100-foot wide lots. Again, same goes for the lot widths in the area. The action requested here this evening, the request for a subdivision, actually causes the practical difficulty. So therefore, this request for the practical difficulty is self-created by the request for the subdivision. The last criteria is, will the variance alter the essential character of the neighborhood? Staff found in the staff report that it wouldn't. 50-foot lots are, there are 50-foot wide lots in the area. The Planning Commission felt a little different on that, that this is a mixture of oversized and 50-foot wide lots, and if we subdivide all the larger lots, that would essentially affect the essential character of the neighborhood. But either way, staff and the Planning Commission don't believe that the three criteria are met. You may hear from the applicant this evening that The request before you was similar to the subdivision that was approved by the council to the north of Pamela Park in the, I think it was the 5800 block. You may recall this was the property that was subdivided. It was a 100-foot wide lot that was approved to be subdivided into 2 lots. The circumstances that differentiate that neighborhood from this is that the oversized, 2 of the northern oversized lots are larger because of a storm sewer line that runs essentially along the property line here that affected the buildable areas of those 2 lots. So therefore, those 2 lots are oversized. There was 1 additional oversized lot to the south where a roadway, or half of the road, was vacated. So that created an oversized lot also. There was 1 additional oversized lot across the street, but that would be the only one. So that differentiates the 2 neighborhoods. So in conclusion, staff and the Planning Commission are recommending denial of the variance and the subdivision, subject to the findings that are in the staff report and the additional findings that were listed by the Planning Commission. Either way, if the council is inclined to approve or deny this, we would recommend that you authorize staff to prepare findings and come back to the next city council meeting and adopt the resolution either for approval or denial. So with that, I can stand for questions.
Questions for Director Teague? All right, thank you. The proponent, would you care to make your presentation, please? I think we'll look at a 10-minute guideline here, Mr. Shane Wetter. 10-minute guideline. You need a little more than that? At planning you had 20? Oh, you were told you had 20? Okay. All right. If that's what staff told you. We'll stand behind our staff.
It's late, or I guess it's early, so we'll say good morning instead of good evening. My name's Jeff Shane Wetter, and before I start tonight, I want to make a very simple statement that on behalf of myself, my staff, our clients here in Edina, and all the stakeholders at both JMS and within the community, we very much so value our relationship with the city of Edina. And what we're going to present to you tonight is new information. And we're tired. It's been a long day. You've been working very hard. I'm hopeful that I can hold your attention. So with that said, we'll move forward very quickly. Let's start with a right. I need to go to my PowerPoint. There we go. Okay. I'm going to jump back and forth between the overhead and the PowerPoint. But reasonable assumptions were made a few years ago when we looked at these 2 sites. There were 2 water services, 2 sewer services, and 2 50-foot platted lots. So reasonable assumptions were made about the future of these sites, and many of the things that we anticipated doing here were based on the fact that there were 2 utility services to the sites. Today we have a vacant lot, and the home that you see behind it, in your packet there's a letter from a resident that very much so would like to see a family and a home built on this lot, as would we. We're very committed to Edina. JMS is the #1 permitted builder in Edina in 2012, and by the end of the year, we'll have over 25 projects in our community. We're very proud of that. Wow. We have a parking ramp we want to talk about. We got to go back a couple now. There we go. Okay, we'll try again. We're proud of our support in the community. We continue to, like many businesses, give back to the community. We believe in the Edina Schools and the Edina Foundation. We believe in the Edina Chamber of Commerce. These are all things that we as good business leaders continue to try to do for the community. We understand that a small fraction of neighbors who have opposed our transactions here in Edina have exhausted significant effort disparaging the qualifications of both our company and the stakeholders there. I believe these two references speak for themselves. We're also very proud of the things that we've been honored for as a company, that residents of Edina are proud of the achievements that city leadership has helped us achieve. This is a partial list of the homes that we've completed in Edina, and we're fortunate to have provided homes to so many families here. Currently, and it's an important fact, we're active in 5 different neighborhoods within the community, building family homes that are very appropriate in all those sites. Looking at Fairfax as a neighborhood, and that's what That's what this plat shows you. And Steve, go ahead and hand those out. These are Fairfax projects by year. And I think it's important that we acknowledge that Fairfax is a plat within a neighborhood. It's not the whole neighborhood. The neighborhood's much larger. Some would say that it extends to Southview. Some would say that it extends to the other side of Pamela Park. As you look at the neighborhood, the small portion of the neighborhood are these lots located in Fairfax. What you're looking at is a color-coded matrix that exemplifies the years in which this neighborhood evolved. And much like you can see that most of the homes evolved in the 50s, even though the plat was recorded in 1924. Much like the current redevelopment that's occurring south of Lunds in the Halifax area, this neighborhood is also currently going through a transformation like the 5 other neighborhoods here in Edina that our company is very involved with. So talking about the neighborhood evolution, that evolution is going to continue. I'm going to switch back to the PowerPoint, I think. I am. Most importantly, this is from a Edina Sun Current, Thursday, August 12th. Neighborhood Identification and Steering Committee is planning to divide the community into quadrants, not individual streets. We believe that the Fairfax plat is a small portion of a neighborhood, and that neighborhood is a portion of the community at large. So, sort of a rhetorical question, what's the definition of a neighborhood? The whole Edina community, an area like Pamela Park, only a section or a street, a few houses? Or is a neighborhood boundary synonymous with school boundaries? And we understand that that's a very important question. We don't believe it's just one street. Interesting, I'm going to switch back again to the overhead, and I'm going to hand out the Fairfax neighborhood plat. This is another color-coded matrix, and this shows the significance of the lots in the Fairfax plat. 85.7% of those homes, if you look at the matrix, are 50-foot lots. And any of those lots shown in yellow, we could come in tomorrow morning and ask for permission to redevelop a lot, and we wouldn't have to be here tonight. And we think that 50-foot lots and infill, affordable, relatively right-sized family homes make sense. In the particular block, the block that this particular site is located in, there's only one natural big lot, and that is lots 7, 8, and a portion of 9, which are owned by the Whitbecks. There's another large lot to the south, lots 10 and 11, but that's not a natural large lot from the original platting. That home evolved over some time, and some residents have elected to create larger lots, and some, of course, want to create smaller lots, and that's a reasonable thing to do depending on your individual preference. I'm going to switch back to the PowerPoint. We'll talk about some of the history of these individual sites. I hope we have enough volume for this next slide. Huh. Nope. Maybe. What you would have heard is Janie Weston talking about the acquisition of the house to the south of her home, which they elected to tear down and build a vegetable garden, and that's an okay thing. Anyway, the community of Edina has evolved, and there are many chapters in the history of our city. There are many lots that are going to continue to embrace change, and Edina has a history of sending a consistent message, setting a tone in a manner that can be described as progressive, vigorous, and frankly enormously successful. Obviously, what started here is a farming community and a milling center has evolved into one of the nation's most extraordinary cities. In the next slides, I hope you'll enjoy the wisdom and leadership of some of our residents and some of our staff and some of our other approvals and the sound bites that went with them. Huh. Wants to load. Pardon? No, it's not a link. It's in there. But it's not working for some reason. We'll work on that. Moving forward, which is unfortunate, we've spent a fair amount of time what we have here is a series of sound bites that I think are very important to what we're trying to accomplish. Mr. Mayor, would it please the council if we could ask for a continuance till we can get this technology to cooperate? It's 1 a.m., we're tired, things aren't going our way.
I think it'd be appropriate. Do we have any time, deadline or rules?
The 120-day rule expires on May 15th, so we have to take action by May 15th at the latest.
Mr. Shanewetter could waive that requirement.
That's correct, he could.
So if you want to continue it, I'd recommend that you have him sign a document tonight before you do that, saying he waives it till whatever, June 15th, whatever.
Why don't we go with a continuance to June 15th or the earlier time that it would please staff to have us back? I apologize. And
You want to write that up, Roger?
I'm writing right now.
Thank you very kindly.
Oh.
We have to renotice the public hearing as well.
Well, you have people here tonight. If you want to listen to them, you certainly can.
We could. That's just what I'm thinking. We could take,
Right. Would that then preclude them from speaking the next time?
No.
Okay.
And you want to continue this,
we're continuing the public hearing. We're not closing the public hearing and continuing the matter.
and you should continue it to a date certain,
Yeah.
which I would suggest be your second meeting in May, if that works.
15th?
Or something.
I will not be present at that meeting.
The first meeting in June?
I will be present at that meeting.
All right. June what?
5. May 1st works?
I will be present at that meeting.
Is May
Okay.
1st
Well-
okay, Mr. Schoenwetter, if we continue it to May 1st?
Yes, please. All right. All right, let's, we're going to continue this matter to May 1st with Mr. Schoenwetter concurring in writing. Or I guess we don't need to worry about it if we're going to go
I
beyond.
can have him sign it before he leaves here tonight.
Yeah.
In the meantime, you can have, if you want to listen to people.
All right, now we're going to go in and take public testimony on this issue.
If they speak tonight, does that preclude them then from speaking on May 1st because we only allow them to speak once, sir?
That's your rule. You can.
I know, I'm
you can-
just, actually, the sir was to the mayor, but
sorry.
you can be sir too.
I apologize.
That's okay.
Yeah, wouldn't it, this is a bit of an extraordinary circumstance, but I think we would let them speak again in
I don't
May.
care.
If
It's-
they care,
I just
if we-
want it clear before we start.
Yeah.
I will sign.
All right. People are comfortable with that? All right. Is there anyone who wishes to testify this evening, or would you prefer to hold your testimony until the 1st of May? No. You can have another opportunity to speak.
Yeah.
Correct. We are, with the usual guidelines.
Janie Weston, 6136 Brookview Avenue. We've been coming for more than 3.5 years for meetings about this property because of this property owner. This has gone on long enough. I am really fed up with this stunt tonight. But I'm going to say what I was going to say anyway. And we're all turning into pumpkins. But anyway, the history on this house is way too long. It has not been a good history. I assume you all read the letter that was submitted by me and my husband. You must know what City Ordinance 850.07 Subdivision 20B4A states as of since 1951. Abutting lots less than the minimum shall not be divided. Everyone on our street's gotten to know city code quite well in this regard. As Kevin Staunton said at the Planning Commission meeting, this is the ultimate case of self-imposed hardship. However, even if you choose not to grant this variance, the house still sits where it sits. It is still a problem property. If you take a walk up to the Whitbeck's front door, you will have a perspective that doesn't necessarily show with a camera from the street. The solution to this thing, this whole issue, is for the city and JMS to both be responsible and act to do the right thing. The neighbors have done no wrong here. The city needs to work out something with JMS to purchase this property minus the cost for moving it. Get it moved. The city be responsible for moving it, not JMS. He has shown no responsibility, no volition to do this. Get it put in the middle of the lot with the proper front setback and relieve the Whitbecks of having a house sitting like it feels like it's sitting in their front yard. The city has purchased problem properties before and taken care of them. They did this with the Roster's U-Haul property at 4416 Valley View Road on the corner of Kellogg and Valley View 10 years ago, almost 10 years ago exactly. The city still owns this property. The city gets no tax revenue from it. This JMS property would not be a money loser of any sizable quantity whatsoever for the city to work out some sort of purchase, move it, resell it. It's not selling where it's located right now, and there's a good reason why. People walk up to the Whitbecks, they see us out gardening in our yard, and they ask, what is with this house? That is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. It is not a desirable piece of property right now, and it is a problem and an embarrassment for the city. We would really like to see something taken care of, and we'd like to see the city council exhibit the political will to do what needs to be done. It's not good for the city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Jackie Whitbeck, 6128 Brookview Avenue, and I think I'll reserve my comments for the next time that we meet. But the house is an embarrassment for us, anybody who comes to visit us. I'm just totally embarrassed by that house next door to us. It's really devalued our property. I will say that. But I do have a request for the next time we meet. Is it possible to be put on early in the agenda for that next meeting?
We will put you at the
That would
front
be
of the
great.
list of public hearings.
That would be great. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dick Whitbeck, and I live at 6128 Brookview Avenue, and I have for almost 27 years now. I hope you folks had an opportunity to review the recent Planning Commission hearing on this issue. I would say that the members of the commission, save one, were right on with this, right on with their decisions. We, like so many others, purchased our property with the knowledge of the codes at the time. The thought of squeezing two homes on the 6120 lot could not possibly have ever been imagined by any of us in our neighborhood. We now have a house 5 feet from our property. Squeezing another home on the lot is simply not necessary. A little open space can be a good thing. That must have been what the city officials felt when they changed the lot size minimum approximately 60 years ago. I, as with so many of our neighbors, present and otherwise, respectfully request you deny this request from JMS. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Whitbeck. Anyone else wish to speak this evening?
Do you want a motion to close the public hearing? No, probably
No.
not.
No, we don't. No.
Okay.
If you want to leave it open. Leave it open. All right. We're going to continue this matter until May 1st.
Yep.
At which time the public testimony will be resuming, both from the proponent and from folks in opposition to the variance request or subdivision request. And did we have a motion on this? I don't know if we did.
Yeah.
Did we vote on it?
No, that was the other one, that was the other matter.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
We need a motion on this.
Just to recap, I will move that we continue this matter to May 1st.
May 1st.
I will second.
All right.
And can we request in the motion that it be placed on the agenda as the first public hearing for that evening?
We will do that.
I'll accept that.
Good. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Thank you, everybody. We are in the community comment portion of the agenda. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to come forth and address a topic? All right. Moving on to reports and recommendations section of the agenda, Resolution 2012-59, accepting various donations. We have a motion.
So moved.
All right, discussion. All those in favor of adopting the resolution accepting donations on behalf of the city, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. One particular note here, it's the annual contribution from Fairview Southdale Hospital for the 4th of July fireworks display, a contribution to the Park Department and the Edina Community Foundation, $16,000 from the hospital to sponsor those fireworks. Very generous. Thank you, Fairview Southdale. Next, correspondence and petitions. Anything other than what we had on the dais? I don't hear anything. We'll move on. Mayor and council comments. Member Brindle.
Thank you. I just have a couple. At Southview Middle School, the 7th grade students have been giving presentations around the topic of apathy. And they've been looking at the environment around them, at things that they see, that they observe apathy in. And I stayed for a few hours and listened to some of the presentations. One was about drivers failing to yield pedestrians in crosswalks. Another, drivers speeding. Another, drivers tossing lit cigarette butts out of the window. Another about drug use. And there were 2 and 3 kids working on each of these projects together. The one that particularly got my interest was the crosswalk, since I'm passionate about crosswalks. And basically the format of this, and I really have to credit the teachers for giving the kids, giving the students a nice format to build a really high-quality PowerPoint. But they identified their problem. They surveyed the area and found out if people in the area felt it was a problem. And then they suggested they even had some numbers of how many in an hour. And they suggested some possible education tools like bumper stickers and a variety of things. But they were very creative, and it was fun. It was fun to go listen to what the 12 and 13-year-olds think about what's happening in our community and the suggestions that they have. I did send a letter of congratulations to the teachers because it just, the creativity of really using the world around you as the textbook rather than the traditional was kind of fun to see. There was a letter, and this is a question for planning, for Carrie. There was a letter we received today that talked about a tear down, and this particular resident was concerned about the dust that was coming in their home from a tear down on an adjacent property, and whether there was possible asbestos going on, and whether the right measures were taken to protect the neighboring properties when a house was being torn down. So I wonder if we have a rule for that, or how that works.
I don't know off the top of my head, but if you want to get me the address, we can sure look into that, because
Okay.
they do need to control that kind of thing during
Okay.
the tear down of the building.
All right. Thank you. The only other thing that I have is something that I messed up on earlier in asking when, in the consent agenda. Tracy Avenue. The feasibility study that we have for Tracy Avenue still shows a roundabout. So before construction starts on Tracy, are we going to get a design of how Tracy is going to look between Vernon and Benton? And since there won't be a roundabout, the part of it that I'm particularly interested in is where would the curb cuts be?
Yeah, once we have the final plans for Tracy, we'll post those to the website, and that'll show where the curb cuts and everything, the bump outs and everything will be located.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Member Bennett.
Nothing, thank you.
Thank you. Member Swenson.
Nothing.
Member Sprague.
Yes, just about 5 or 10 items. No, just kidding. I just got this Edina Historical Society newsletter, and it says, tell us the milestones in Edina's 125-year history. And if anyone can say what 125-year anniversary is 10 times quickly right now, I will give you $20. How about just once?
Quasquecentennial.
Oh, you guys are so good. Quasquecentennial. It's a tongue twister. Anyway, if you out there in TV land want to include any significant Edina events in our 125-year celebration, you can email your nomination for the significant event to edinahistory@yahoo.com, or you can mail it to the Edina Historical Society, 4711 West 70th Street in Edina, to help make our 125-year story complete. Thank you.
Good. Thanks. A lot of meetings in the last 2 weeks. We can deal with them some other time. One thing I did want to note was Ray Bentall's funeral. Longtime Edina resident, owner of Excel Bank, which is now M&I Bank at 51st in France, passed away at his winter home in Scottsdale, and they had the funeral on the 10th. Our best to his family. That's right. Whole Foods will be there at 8:30.
You'll be there?
I'll be there.
You'll be there.
Good. Hope they have coffee.
I'll be there, and we'll be there for the tree planting right after the opening.
I cannot wait to plant a tree.
So, and then I threw out the first pitch for the girls' softball season. And I didn't bounce it over the plate, so that was a good thing.
Under, right?
I didn't go under. I just wasn't sure about where that was going. Over the backstop, wide.
I can
Anyway.
top that. I was playing kickball with the kids at the YMCA before the council meeting, literally minutes before.
So,
when's the last time you played kickball, Mayor?
Yeah, all right, we'll do that. Manager Neal.
2 quick things. One is we need to move forward with kind of figuring out how we're going to do the student commissioner selection process again this year. And I think Ms. Mangan's going to hand out the memo. So do we have to decide this tonight, Deb, or we just need to? Yeah.
If you could look at that, and then in the last couple of years, members Brindle and Bennett have been a committee of 2, and just inform me if that's your desire.
So moved.
Well, no, I've gone the first 6 or 7 dates, so I've kind of effectively taken myself by going out of town.
So take some time.
Take some time.
Yeah, I am happy to do that again this summer, and appreciated the chance to meet the students. And last year, with Clerk Mangan handling the arrangements, it was way smoother than it was the previous year when Member Brindle was trying to track them all down on their individual cell phones.
All right.
The
Mull that one over.
The only other item I have is to let you know that we are getting closer on the settlement for the Golf Dome destruction. And John Caprios and Ann Catry and Karen and I met with the adjuster from Travelers this week, nailed down some aspects of that claim, but there's a little bit more to go, but we should be able to present a full settlement description to the council here in, I think, about a month.
And did I hear that there's been feedback yet on the potential for a golf dome, soccer dome site that's not positive, or is that just word on the street?
I think that's just word on the street.
Okay.
Question for you.
Yes.
And that is, you sent a note about the yellow ribbon,
Yes.
and I've been working on that already with Scott McDonald of Edina Rotary. So, I mean, I'm...
Sure, very good. Can you attend the meeting?
Yep.
Very good, thank you. All right. We will adjourn the city council meeting, and then we will convene the Housing and Redevelopment Authority meeting. City council meeting adjourned. Calling to order the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority meeting, and roll call, please, Ms. Mankin.
Here. Commissioner Brindle.
Here.
Commissioner Sprague.
Here.
Commissioner Swenson.
Here.
Chair Hublin.
Here. We've got some minutes to approve. Regular meeting of March 20, 2012. Second. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Next matter is a public hearing for the HRA relative to the Southdale matter. I'm going to open this matter up for public hearing. Seeing no one coming forward.
Second.
Moved and second, we close the public hearing. Discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Is there a motion for the HRA to adopt the resolutions shown on action item HRA 3, plus authorizing the city manager and the mayor to sign the redevelopment agreement?
So moved.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay.
Nay.
Carried. We adjourned. HRA is adjourned.